Hello, beautiful people, and welcome to the Witches Symposium, where we gather to celebrate the original spirit of the symposium through intellectual discussion and merriment. How's everyone doing on this wonderful, beautiful evening?
Feeling pretty fantastic, y'all.
Amazing, amazing. And we have quite a stellar guest here, so a guest list here. So let's introduce everyone. We'll start here at the bottom left with my dear friend Shay. How's it going, Shay? Oh, you're muted, Shay. Could you unmute yourself there?
There we go. There we go. I'm good. I'm in Australia. It's winter here. So I have a cup of tea and I'm ready.
Beautiful, beautiful. And then in the middle here, we have our dear friend Tiger Shark. How's it going, Tiger?
Yo, what's up, everybody?
Great to hear from you. And then in our bottom right corner, we have Josh Yao Setsul. How's it going, Josh?
Hey, how's it going, y'all? I'm feeling pretty awesome as usual. I'm ready to discuss some disturbing facts about Mormons. So,
Amazing, amazing, amazing. And then in our top right, we have our co-host, my dear friend Dion. How's it going, Dion?
Life is amazing. Ready to have some fun.
Okay, amazing, amazing. And we're here for part two of In Search of the Dead Boys. And our dear friend Maddalena is going to come join when she can. She's just driving home and she's on her way. But if you guys had tuned in last time, we'd been going through and showcasing some of the more wild magic from the Bible, from the Christian and pagan traditions, and trying to show a sort of a line of through thought and similarity. How even if we can argue over what Jesus Christ is doing in the garden with the boy, we have Christians themselves believing that Jesus is engaged in these kind of magical, oracular, divinatory rites, and they are doing it themselves and citing him as the source. And we've shown this in their previous episode in a variety of different ways. Dion, do you want to catch us up on your presentation on what you were talking about and what you're going to be bringing to the convo?
Well, last time was about, well, before I even say anything, trigger warning.
Right.
We talk about wild
Serious.
stuff. If you feel uncomfortable about any subjects dealing with sexuality, drugs, or religion, politics, click off now. Take care of yourself. And like, subscribe, leave comments, and share. We encourage that. And we know we get feedback and debates, and we love it. That's what this is all about. That's why we're doing this in the spirit of debate. So last time I started off with Saint Cyril, 4 AD, on the mysteries where they're doing oil catechisms, oil exorcisms and baptisms, and they were vigorous and head to toe naked kids. Um, it's part of literature that's out there. Then in the Bible, I was showing verses where they would lay on dead boys. More than one verse happens multiple times, and the raising of the people in the Bible would seem to be all youngins, including Lazarus. Um, and talking about the Garden of Gethsemane, I was putting forth that it's not necessarily a public park; it's an actual production facility or type of a chemical factory. In ancient times, it was an olive grove dedicated to what we call magick or shemen, the oils that are for the Jewish rituals. It wasn't your olive grove for olive oil for consumption, for cooking. It was for anointing, as well as show. Well, when it's time, I'll get into that. But you know what? I'm going to go more into that, and it's all based on the concept of exorcisms, baptisms, anointings, blessings, covenants, and contracts, and how that relationship can between another human.
Wild stuff. Wild. I'm really looking forward to your presentation today. So, Josh, last time you gave us a presentation where you talked about the history of this kind of abuse, examining the creation of eunuchs, looking through piracy, seeing it documented across cultures, specifically empires across human history. What are your thoughts on all of this kind of magic with the dead boys, and what do you have for us today?
yeah, a lot of people get like triggered by the idea that it's just, oh, you're just saying my religion does this because you want to defame it or talk bad about it. But it's like, no, the reason it's being talked about is because anthropologically, the human slave trade and the creation of eunuchs has been going on since the dawn of civilization. And that was kind of my point. Like, it's not weird that Jesus growing up in a place like Judea would be exposed to the normal maritime practices of piracy, and the slave trade would have been active in the area that he lived in. So it's not like he would have been ignorant of that sort of thing, you know. So it's not like we're pointing fingers here, just trying to blame one thing, saying, "Oh, it's bad," because it's universal and it needs to be exterminated. Like this concept of child abuse within religions, and a lot of people don't want to talk about that.
Amazing, amazing. And Tiger, how about you? What are your thoughts on this whole search for dead boys, and what do you have in store for us?
I just have more sources where it's talking about 10-year-old, and I know you're going to back that up with some other scholars as well, but it's right around that age for several reasons. Even the Greek literature, like for girls, but the girl ages were a little bit different, even though they were 7 and 10, than the boys. The boys, they would a little bit earlier on get them involved with this derobing ritual that they did, but specifically with the girls, and that's the one that I let off with Neil, and he was like, his response to it was, "Yeah, but that's a girl." So,
Oh,
I mean, but
But
the age
the
of
word
10,
in Greek isn't boys. That's how Bates translated. When you go to the PGM, the word is child, right? The
yeah,
boy
yeah,
thing becomes a later Christian exclusive thing, but in the Greek tradition, it's ambiguous. They're using virgins.
it's virgin, prepubescent in
Mhm.
particular, and like Helen Ingram is a great scholar. 2000, like I mentioned last time, we pulled up her paper. But aside from her, there's other older sources like 1800 sources, late 1800 sources that were writing about traveling and trying to do these scrying rituals with these 10-year-old boys that they're basically hiring in order to fulfill those needs, to actually try to do that and prophesy, if you will. So I think
Yeah,
it's
they're mimicking the
foolish
rites
that
at Delphi. They're mimicking the rites of Greece and Athens, trying to get divination from children, basically.
yeah,
That's
it's
what a
the
lot
boy
of
medium
scholarship
stuff.
points
Yeah,
to.
yeah, the Greek, it's Greek, Egyptian. I mean, some of the
Egyptian
Greek
too.
stuff, I mean, we're not going to get, I'm not going to get into that on this one. Maybe that's one for a later show. But you can trace some of that magic because a lot of it comes from other locations. And even Ammon talks about it coming off the steppe. But when you think of the steppe, you think of like Anatolia and you think of, um, different cultures there. But really, the ones that were big there were the Lewins. And they got it basically through the Acadians themselves. But they were doing this old woman magic of bringing people back to life and things like that. Um, so yeah, it's a lot older than, like he said, it's a lot older. Like he talks about the Greek, and he's like, yeah, but this goes way back. If you look like past some of the earlier Greek, I say early, like I'm talking like 800, 900 BCE, definitely goes older than that. Um, but anyways, that's a different topic. But the 10-year-old kid stuff, like people just need to accept it because it doesn't even matter if it's a derobing ritual with a linen cloth like we see in Mark 14:51 and in Mark 16:5. It's not even just that context. It's like almost every single one of them. Now, I don't know if you're going to get into it, Snappy, but you kind of mentioned it on the pre-show. There are certain times when the magician will say, if you don't have a boy, you don't need one. So
Yeah,
uh
yeah.
he tries to act, the magician will try to act like he's good enough to be that medium, essentially. So I think that's really important because I think even internally, like within Ammon's group, somebody finds like burning purple and they're like, hey, it's this, it's gotta be, and then somebody's like, no, it's this, I found it. Like Pliny the Elder wrote that they would substitute plants in different regions when they couldn't get it, or if it was too expensive. Like Tyrian purple was very, very expensive to have, right? So they would go and get this other plant that they called indigo to substitute in to these rituals. Um, so it to me, and the other one that talks about it was Saint Hildegard, that also talks about substituting in beech nut or beech tree, a branch of beech tree to substitute in for mandrakes if you don't have them. So it's not a psychedelic experience, a delirium experience, if you will, from the scopolamine in mandrake. It's more or less just this ritual understanding and still going through the process, even if you don't have the psychoactive plants with you. So there's a
Mhm.
lot of that going on in the text. So it's not somebody's right, somebody's wrong. I think most people are right when they talk about these things.
Absolutely, right? We have to remember that these particular texts, especially like the PGM and the PDM, we're dealing with magical manuals that were made for an elite priestly caste that is selling their wares to wealthy public aristocrats. And so there's an understanding that these are meant to be riffed upon, right? These are kind of like grids that you work from. And we see that constantly in the PGM. Several times the PGM just comes out, yeah, you can use an uncorrupted boy or anyone, or just do it yourself. Right? So it's like, this is best case practice. And I'm going to show a firsthand account by this guy, Edward Lane, who witnesses some of this magic in Egypt in 1890. And one of the things is they use 3 different boys in the version that he pays for, of 3 different ages. And when it only kind of partially works with the youngest boy, the magician comes out and says, well, we needed younger, more uncorrupted boys, and it would have worked better. So we see all this stuff. And like Shay, you were bringing it up in our pre-talk where you talked about how a lot of this talk in the PGM of explicit stuff, or we're using a child, we're using blood. These are actually euphemisms for magical plants and herbs. For example, we see this explicitly in the Roman tradition with King Numa, where King Numa is told by Zeus to give him a child sacrifice. But then the muse Egeria says, well, just substitute wild garlic scapes.
Yeah.
That'll
I
work
mean,
just as well.
yeah, in Australia we have a plant called a black boy, right? And it looks like somebody standing on one leg with a spear in the air. And it's an amazing incense. So if we're talking about going and burning little black boys, we're not talking about burning black children.
Right,
We're
right,
talking
right.
about getting the resin from the xanthorrhea tree and burning that as an incense. So, it's still today. It's still in our language today. So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
But what do you have in store for us, Shay, with your presentation? And what's your take on this whole In Search of Dead Boys and all this oracular magic that we see in Mark and such?
Well, for me, it's not theoretical. For me, like being kidnapped and sold as a child happened to me. It happened to my son. It happened through the churches. The churches still do it today. In Australia, we have a whole generation that's called the stolen generation, where the mothers, especially of Indigenous or partly Indigenous people, if they were unwed mothers, the Catholic Church would just come and take the child. My mother in particular, was taken to work for the church until she gave birth to me. So she was taken to a monastery where she was basically a slave there until she gave birth. And then my adopted parents paid the church a donation, quite a substantial donation, which was like a half the price of a house in those days, to adopt a child. And eventually the government did put a stop to private adoptions. And it became a state-run thing. But it's and I really want the public to understand, because it's not just about me. I'm actually going to look at a situation we took to The Hague with 100,000 children. It's happening a year in Nigeria, and I also want to have a look at the history, because I'm one of these theologians, despised theologians, but I want to have a look at the Bible history and how people in the churches ignore the fact that this is all the way through. It is actually the foundational doctrine in the Bible, and becomes the foundational doctrine of all the religions of the book, about child sacrifice, about child selling children, and trading them for things. So, I mean, we'll go right through the Bible and have a look at this. And you can understand how the churches think it's okay, because it's the foundation. But in the church, when they're talking from the pulpit, they don't talk about these things. But if you get your friggin' Bible out and read it, you will see that this is what it's about. And we shouldn't be shocked today that genocide is continuing, when it was the foundation of this book that people base their religion on. Now, having said that, I don't want to destroy people's faith, but I want people to be aware of what it is that they believe, that what they're being told from their pulpit on a Sunday is not the truth, that if they want to believe these things, that they read it, believe it for themselves, and then take it to where they need it to be, right? But and if they can evolve, and I believe we can all evolve, because all religions do some form of this child abuse, we need to evolve away from that, right? Not stay in this, prehistoric, almost Stone Age culture where children were a commodity. They were cash, they were traded.
No, I'm really excited for your presentation because this is such an important thing, right? The foundation of modern Western culture is based upon the Christianization of the Americas and of the Australia, New Zealand, through and in India and Ireland as well, through this extreme destruction of indigenous language, indigenous culture, and children, predominantly children, like both. I know Australia had a similar thing, but in Canada, we had a massive reconciliation where we examined the school system, and we found the bodies of children that were raped and abused by these religious organizations that were supposed to be civilizing children. Meanwhile, they're taking them from their homes, they're forcing them into Christian religion, they're raping and abusing them, and they're denying them their language and culture, if not outright murdering them.
Exactly same in Australia. But also they realized that they were a commodity that they could sell, right?
Yeah.
So, and this still happens today. So this is why Ammon's work is so important, that he's bringing attention to it. This is why it resonates with me so well. As soon as he said that, and showed me that scripture about the lace day, I went right into it. It's like, where is this? How do we translate that? Where is it? How are they accusing him of being this? Where does he say he's not? And you've got to look at all of that because it's part of this whole picture of the book that people base their religions on.
And we need to be honest about this, like it always upsets me when we put people like the Pope on these pedestals and we don't talk about the skeletons in the closet. Like the Pope is the world's largest human trafficker. And this is why it was so ridiculous and egregious when I heard him trying to chastise Donald Trump, another human trafficker. And it's like one big mob boss chastising another big mob boss. Like, you're both the most hypocritical scum on earth. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just wanted to rant there. But Dion, take us into your presentation. You'll go first, and then we'll get Shay to come in, and then we'll talk with Josh a bit if you got anything, and Tiger, we'll go to you, and then I'll end the presentation out. But this is going to be wild. So what do you got started for us today?
We'll hit the first pick, and we'll get going. And know that I'm not going to do a lot of unpacking. I'm going fast. Watch the last episode to get a lot of it, which deals with the biblical verses where dead boys are being raised, Saint Cyril, as well as here we're talking about the garden, which is not just a garden. There's excavations going on to this day that they found a mikveh there, which is a sacred pool, which you do baptism in and cleansing. It's a water pool, which is also used for sacrifices, baptisms, anointings. Even when women had their menses, they would have to go in there. They've also found a tomb there, a garden tomb that is a rolled stone door that could roll off. So what I posit is that this is more of a temple or production facility, and the boy in the garden could have been what we call circumcision. Because if you look at certain texts, to complete the mysteries, to follow Jesus, he would have to have that as part of the mysteries. And that's the place that has all the tools necessary, including the water pool and the oil, the shemen oil, which comes from the trees, and the Sindan robe, which is applied with balms after the circumcisions. Now, we look at Acts with Paul, and he had Timothy circumcised, which was a boy that would follow him around, who was an uncircumcised boy, and he had to be circumcised to follow him around. And that's in Acts. You could see that. That's with Paul. So there is some previous patterns there, we can say. So let's go to the next image. I also mentioned last time about Jesus. When he said this, he spit on the ground, made some mud, and applied it to the man's eyes. He was healing a man that couldn't see, a blind man's eyes. So he's anointing his eyes with body fluids. And that's what I was talking about, is exorcisms, baptisms, blessings, anointings covenants and contracts in the different ways this be acted out through body fluids, plants, magical theater, we could say.
This is
So
such a wild point too, though, Dion, because right, this is Jesus Christ at this point is the Christos. He is the Christ, which is this drug vessel. His body, his flesh, his spit, everything is a drug. So when he spits upon the ground and he mixes it with the mud, he creates a drug because he is the Christ. He is this walking drug machine. He has turned his body into a drug pharmacological production unit, right? You know about this, Josh, right? You've read this in the classic Greek. That's what Christos means, does it not?
Yeah, so to Christ is to basically rub it in and basically apply it to yourself as a application. So when they're using the word kreo in Greek, that's what they're talking about.
So
So
he
this
Christ
is
the ground
exactly
with
the
his
sort of thing
spit.
you'd be doing. Yeah, and there's multiple rituals in the PGM that talk
Yeah.
about anointing the eyes with
I
actual
keep losing
dung.
people's sound. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, let me just repeat that. There's rituals in the
I
PGM
can't hear you.
where
Maybe you have to leave and come back, Shay. We can all hear him on our end.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, there's rituals where you anoint your eyes with dung. Straight up dung. So this is like no different. He's saying dirt and mud. Mud could be a euphemism for that even. Because like what kind of mud
Absolutely.
is this?
I mean, dirt is just kind of crap anyway. But yeah, that's wild. Keep going, Dion. Sorry.
all
We
right.
call
So
ayahuasca mud.
Right.
so next I was gonna part of the process I was talking about last time was medicinal bandages called swaddling bandages, which are like mummy bandages, which is what the sindon is. And there's images of Christ being swaddled as a baby in mummy bandages, which are medicated with balm and myrrh. This is part of a process of transferring medicines, and medicines used as contracts as a medium. That's what the oil, the shaman oil, everything is anointed with it. Let's go to the next image. One of the things that I talked about last time was the Ezekiel, the scroll, the eating of the scroll. How Ezekiel's told to eat the scroll, and the scroll tastes sweet to his stomach in some of the verses. That's because we have medicated scrolls at that with psychoactive dyes. So that's part of what I'm talking about today is
Radioactive
the
ink.
usage of herbs and drugs in these covenants and contracts, blessings, anointments, exorcisms, and baptisms. Let's go to the next image, please. And I'm going fast because I got a lot of stuff to talk about. Here we got the Kermes vermilion, which is cochineal. Two different forms, one on the tamarisk. This is an animal, a fungus, a mold. It attaches to wood and it produces an edible, let's say a sap or fungus that people could eat. Now, it's translated in Hebrew to Tonat Shani, which means the crimson worm. And it's been used for thousands of years. It was used to dye the royal garments, priestly sashes, and like the curtains of the tabernacle as well. Because this is one of the things, and it's also edible. Some people posit that's manna in the Bible. It was, that's what they were eating in the dew in the morning off the trees. And then it turns white as well. Now, there's another whole thread with Jesus where Jesus is like the same thing, attached to a piece of wood, turns red, and then eventually turns white. Remember, he turns red to turn white in the rest of the verse and is edible, the Eucharist. So let's go to the next image, please. Now, there's a drink called Alkermes, which was made by an Arabic doctor, physician, and was used in up to the 1800s. And it's based off that dye, the red dye that's used in the original Jewish rituals, as well as the other rituals in the area. I'm just using some of the rabbinic sources to unpack this mystery here. So know that cochineal or Kermes is medicinal at that and has different uses besides dye as well. And so know that blue and red combined makes purple. But let's go to the next image, please. Sarpa salpa, the dream fish we talked about in previous episodes, which is a hallucinogenic fish, which is off the coast of Israel there. Romans were using it in rituals as well as Arabic sources. You just don't see a lot of sources for the Christian sources, but you can see the fish iconography. I just want to throw that in there because I'll talk about it later. In terms of a hallucinogenic, that was just right there off the coast, available, and is used by all the cultures around them. And you'd have to wonder, because we talked about Ashkelon in a lot of the previous episodes, and the dye pits there. Tel Shikmona. Go to the next image, please. Since we're in the seafood region, let's talk about mollusks, which are edible as well. Purple mollusks. Well, they don't use the purple in ancient Israel. They were using it for blue. We've talked about that in previous episodes. Go to the next image. We can unpack it. You want to read that, Snappy?
Yeah. Speak to the Israelites and tell them that throughout the generations to come, they are to make for themselves tassels for the corners of their garments with a blue cord on each tassel. Numbers 15:38.
And it's made with the mollusk, the same Tyrian purple that people talk about, because up and down the coast was different mollusk dye pits, or extraction factories, we could say, in ancient times. Going back to different cultures, you could as well, and it has usage in different cultures. Now go to the next image. Oh, that's some of that right there, the tekelet. You'll see on the side in Jewish culture. And there's different knots, different patterns, have different meanings. So you know, and in ancient times, that blue fringe is from the mollusk. And there's still some families today in Israel that, and off the coast, well, there may be, I don't know if they're there now with all the bombing, but that used to use this ancient method for extracting the mollusk dye, not modern techniques. Go to the next image. All right, here's a painting from, I think, the 1500s that shows a Jewish rabbi, and he has his tekelet. You see the blue color on his waist right there? And it also has the red, the kermes, as well. They're connected. The colors are interconnected. And he has some long braids on the side, too. Let's go to the next image. Now, we're talking about Christine. You were talking about that Christine. I heard somebody say earlier, Josh, that there's different plants. There's different substitutes. And a lot of these plants have different purposes. Well, here's St. John's wort, which grows all along the coast there, everywhere. It grows wild. What's it called? Hypericum.
Hypericum, yeah.
Yeah, she knows. There you go. And it's used for demon protection. Like in Yiddish, they call it shadim shitz, for evil spirit repeller. And it goes wild. It goes wild there, and it stains purple and red. And it's used medicinally. It's used for demon protection. So we do have evidence for a lot of different types of Christine herbs, as we're going to see. So let's go to that next image. Oh, go for it.
I give it to my husband when he's in a bad mood. Yeah, it gets rid of his demons. It's good.
And they call it St. John's wort in modern times, but there's different names for it. So, all right. So here is Goth, because we're talking about Ashkelon and Gethsemane. This is a production factory at Goth, the Temple of Gath. And this is where they say the story of Daniel and Goliath took place. And this is one of the 5 sacred cities of the Philistine cities. It's a factory, a chemical factory with extraction chambers, dye pits, storage chambers. And we talked about this in several episodes, the different herbs that are stored there. And I'm going to go through those real quick, a few of them. Go to the next image. And this is called Abraham's bush, Vitex, Avram. And it's chased purple tree. We talked about that in the bulk episode because this is in the Ayurvedic. It's used with Shiva and used in all kinds of different ways. Well, the berries from this stain your hands purple as well. And it's used medicinally. It's Artemis. It's dedicated Artemis Orithia as an abortion drug. It's used in fertility rituals. You know, and this is also used in the binding of Isaac. When Abraham had to sacrifice Isaac, the goat gets stuck in that bush, and that's what he sacrifices instead because it's stained purple. There's different types of Christine that goes back. You just got to know where to look. So you know what they found? So this is what they found there at Gath, the Temple of Gath, this chemical factory, one of the Philistine cities. This is one of the plants that they found in abundance. They found multiple trees of this. So they were using this, a lot of this. They found henbane there, a lot of henbane. You know what henbane is? We talk about that in other episodes. Go to the next image. They found a lot of Syrian rue. We talk about Syrian rue. It's an MAOI inhibitor. If anybody knows what that is, when you take that with DMT, it makes it so that DMT stays in your body longer. You don't urinate it out quickly. That's why it's a type of inhibitor. And it's used for the red dye in carpets there in the Middle East. And they found an abundance of that there at the Gath temple. Like, this is Ali Baba and the 40 thieves there. And he's flying through the sky on a carpet. And that's where the mythology comes from. Because Syrian rue combined with any kind of DMT is synergistic. Also with mushrooms as well. Psilocybin.
We
It's like a
unpacked
key
this.
in a lock, and you go flying. Just
We
saying.
unpacked this a bit with our dear friend Wretch, who wrote an amazing book on magic carpets, where he unpacks the myth. A lot of that magic carpet iconography is just, Western colonial nonsense. The truth of it is that these particular carpets, they were dyed and they were smoked, but they were also mostly used for suffumigation rites. So you would dig a hole in the ground and you would put the carpet over top of you and you would fumigate the hole. And this would be fumigated usually with cannabis, frankincense, other types of herbs. And then you would fly. You would go through these magical transcendental trips where you were entering astral projection or having similar types of out-of-body experiences.
Oh, yeah. Well,
They
know
used to
that
burn
Harmel,
Syrian root too.
Magic
They used to
carpet.
fumigate it.
Yeah, and you're right. Syrian U was part of the fumigation rites. Yeah.
Harmel is very powerful. That's also the other component in ayahuasca.
Right.
It works as the same factor, the beta carbon. So let's go to the next image. Another plant that was found in abundance there at the Temple of Gath was Phalaris paradox, which doesn't have no uses because it's an invasive weed and it would get you sick to take it by itself. But you know what? If you extract it, it has high contents of NN-DMT and 5-MeO-DMT.
Oh,
Canary regress. They had a whole bunch of it there at the temple. These are what they found in the stores when they tested all the DNA. They're like, oh, this is what it is. Chemical analysis. I want to talk about another plant in the region that has a lot of DMT. Go to the next image. It's in Exodus 3.2. That's where the burning bush. They talk about the burning bush. It's acacia. It's called sene. It's called the senna bush. And acacia would be what the Ark of the Covenant's made out of as well. A lot of different stuff in the tabernacle. We talked about
Egyptian magic. We see acacia everywhere.
Yeah, high in DMT as well.
They make wands out of it and stuff, and also Solomon's Bridge is supposedly made out of that, right? Or parts of Solomon's Temple's made out of acacia wood.
100%.
Oh yeah, and it produces also gum arabic, which is used in the Egyptian medicinals. It's used a lot of different ways, but it's high in DMT. Now, people will say, well, how would they extract that? I want to look at a biblical way to extract it, to get this extraction going. So go to the next image.
Yeah, it's not hard to do. I've actually had it with the Syrian rue. It's better than ayahuasca, but you extract it exactly the same way as ayahuasca.
Well, that's in a tea form. Like to do a tea form, or like that's more of a tincture. What I'm talking about is a chemical extraction right here. And I'll be using some biblical verses just to show the components were known in ancient times. The first one is gall. This is from Matthew 27. Where they offer Christ on the cross. They dip a sponge into wine and gall and offer it to him. Go to the next image. I think I have one of the ancient paintings, one of these paintings that shows it. Yeah, they're offering him a sponge with gall in it. Gall is vinegar.
Yeah, the
and that's our
wine.
Yeah, and vinegar is the first part of to extract the acacia. Or any of these stuff, the Phalaris, anything. You would take it and emulsify. What's the word? You would break it down and put it into the vinegar, and that's your acidic right there. And then next you're gonna add. And the next, you're going to add a base to it.
Yeah.
Go to the next image. So if you could read that one right there.
Although you wash with lye and use an abundance of soap, the stain of your guilt is still before me, declares the Lord of God. Jeremiah 2:22.
And they're talking about lye. Now, Karshina lye is what's used, one of the products that's used for the extraction of the techelet. And they found Karshina lye, or vetch bean, in high abundance at the Temple of Gath. Now, if you eat it raw, it'll give you irreversible paralysis. It's not for humans to eat, but it is what they turn to make lye out of. And that's where you get your base that's added to the formula. So they wondered why they had so many vetch beans there. So that's what it's used for, the Karshina lye, which is used for chemical dye extraction and psychoactives, mollusks, a whole bunch of things. And this is all the stuff that's found in the Temple of Gath. You could take all these different ingredients and it's like, well, it's a chemical factory. There's even more things there. So go to the next image. I want to talk about something else. So that's vetch right there. So you could see where they get the Karshina lye from. And they found a whole bunch of the seeds there. Go to the next image. Now, to complete an AB extraction, an acid-base extraction, you would need one more element. So if you have your vinegar, your acid, gall, you have your Karshina lye, which is your base. In modern times, a lot of people use something called naphtha, which is something from ancient times. Go to the next image.
Medea's fire. Naphtha is Medea's fire, right?
Right. Well, here's a hand grenade from a Byzantine hand grenade, and this is naphtha is like a lighter fluid, you could say, ancient lighter fluid. Now, Nehemiah, they talk about it in Maccabees, one of those apocryphas. He called it nephthar, meaning purification. But other people call it naphtha. That came up into modern times. The name stuck with it. Our Nephi, which is Nephi, which is one of the Mormon terms we talk about in the other weird episodes, the Nephites and Nephi. But if you combine gall with Karshina lye and naphtha, that's how they do modern extractions of DMT. Chemical extraction. To get the crystal.
That's amazing.
Not to get the tea, but to get something that's the potent, like the alkaline version of it. Medicinal quality. Now, they found other things there at the Temple of Gath. Go to the next image. They found an abundance of rye and ergotamine. Tons of it in vases, in pots. Ergotamine. We know what that is. That's St. Vitus's fire. That's LSD. Yeah, that's the Clavis and Purpurea. So you want to read this? I only got a couple more left to go, and I'll wind it down.
Jesus answered, "It is the one to whom I give this morsel after I have dipped it." Then he dipped the morsel and gave it to Judas, son of Simon Iscariot. John 13:26.
Yeah, because John wanted to know who the traitor was. And he goes, well, I'll show you. I'll dip the bread. Then go to the next image. And what happens is, you can read that one too.
I don't have a next image.
Oh, there's no more images?
Oops, I screwed up.
Oh, wow.
Did I finish? Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I can pull it up here. Let me find it. What was the next one? Sorry, Dion.
No, it's okay. It was just a biblical verse that shows you that when Judas takes the bread, a satanic spirit goes into him.
A satanic spirit? Oh, wow.
Yeah, it says a satanic spirit goes into Judas, and he goes off to do his nonsense, which he's going to do.
Right, I got it here. It says, and when Judas had taken the morsel, Satan entered into him. Then Jesus said to Judas, what you are about to do, do quickly. John 13:27.
And question, do you have the next image? Could you even show that one?
I can. Just give me 1 second here because I screwed up. Sorry,
okay.
guys.
Yeah, I only have two images, but it'll put it all into perspective. The last thing that I was going to show here.
Okay,
which deals with Claviceps purpurea and a couple of biblical verses.
Yeah.
And it goes to Luke 6:1. Now, just so you know, Claviceps purpurea, St. Vitus's fire, it stains your finger or your mouth or any part you touch with it purple.
Right.
It does stain
Yeah.
it purple, and it's a fire that burns. And it's something they were using, because that's the two next images I had was the Luke verse and so right there. Okay, so that's wheat that has Claviceps purpurea on it. It's a purple fungus that grows. And
Oh wow.
if you could find the last image,
I got you. 1 second.
and it's Luke, and that puts it all in perspective. It's the phrase from Luke.
Okay. Phrase from Luke.
It's Luke 6:1, and it's the Sabbath. There it is, right there.
One Sabbath, Jesus was passing through the grain fields, and his disciples began to pick the heads of grain, rub them in their hands, and eat them. Luke 6:1.
Now, if the heads of those grains had the purple on it, the claviceps, that's St. Vitus's fire. That's the LSA. That's the LSD-like effects, and it stains your hands and your mouth purple. They were collecting them and rubbing them.
Which is insane, by the way, because you may get high, but you may also develop necrosis of the flesh or paralysis and madness.
Yeah, the same. But there's a way to extract it, and that's using hot oil. That's Abby Hoffman talks about that. It's Dr. Albert Hoffman that invented LSD, Sandoz Laboratories. He talked about if you wanted to do it naturally in ancient times, you use a hot oil, a shemen oil, like at the olive grove.
Even wine could do it too. Any alcohol, anything that can extract the alkaloids out. So like if you let it seep in something, it could probably do the same thing.
Yeah. Well, what Dion's just described would be such a violent reaction because you've got the lye, you've got the acid, so you're going to get a violent reaction with fumes coming off, right? And then he adds the other one, and it crystallizes. I mean, that's quite a chemical process, and it's what they call a violent reaction. So, yeah, so that would be really interesting to look at, even just watch it being done. Yeah.
And I'm not saying that a human's doing it, which we're talking about humans as chemical factory plants, but this is what they were doing in ancient times in the dye pits. How to extract, to put the chemicals onto the scrolls, onto the sindons, onto whatever, onto the tabernacle curtains, onto the techelet, onto the robes. And it's these same processes extract alkaloids or tannins, colors, so you can extract dye or you can extract psychoactives.
Wild. What an amazing presentation. Thank you, Dion. What did you guys
Yeah.
think? Anyone have any comments for Dion or questions?
That's just I'm just blown away by that chemical process. That's amazing. Because I can almost visualize it all bubbling up and just leaving the crystals there. But it's almost like something I'd love to see happen because it would bubble up violently and it would leave a residue. So I guess they're after the residue that's left behind afterwards.
Yeah, that's why you add the solvent at the end.
Yeah.
Is to remove the other ingredients and it gases off. This process is on YouTube. You can see it. There's people that walk you through the modern process, and what they're using is vinegar, lye, and naphtha, which are the same ingredients that are there, with a whole bunch of plants that they could extract that seem to be there for no reason, that don't have no usage.
Yeah, please send me a link. I'd love to watch that.
Ancient solvents. It's so cool. Like it just makes me wonder how AI in the future is going to help like discover like, oh no, you don't have to seep it this long for it to extract in this and all that, because ancient people already had that figured out. They had a whole process to get it down. Like you were saying, they extracted it in oil, put it in alcohol. Like they had recipes.
You could use honey, you could use fats. It depends, because some plants are fat soluble, some are water soluble. Some things you have to smoke, some things you have to ingest. It just depends.
And we saw at Ashkelon, right? There's a lot of accusations and a lot of scholarly speculation about them feeding it to the doves and then extracting the dove's milk. We know they were extracting and eating the dove's milk, and then they were going into ecstatic states. So what are they feeding these doves? Right?
Mm. Yeah.
I mean, so
Yeah, if you
so
can put
just
the
off the
drugs in the
bat,
animals, you can eat them.
Well, we know
just
for
off the
sure they're
bat,
giving poppy seeds and cannabis seeds.
when you brought up the fish being psychoactive, so it is 100%. And I remember a while ago, those brothel guys had an episode, and somebody brought it up to them on the call-in, and they were like, "Well, let's look it up because there's no primary sources for it." So I was digging for it, and I was able to find like Roman fish sauce. I found it through the culinary aspect of the Romans, where they would do the processing for the actual fish sauce of different, regular fish. They found at like 27 sites, and I have the paper for it. I'm just trying to find it. I have so many papers where they found that specific species, that hallucinogenic fish, literally piles of bones. So they were processing it. And if you read reports today of people eating that fish, because it happens every year, these people get sick and they vomit, and then they say that they're high. They say that they're hallucinating. And it comes because the fish feeds on algae and grasses
Yeah.
and different things in the grasses that eat some plants, like the canary reedgrass, for example, that has 3% DMT, which is like 50% or 100% more than the acacia wood that he was talking about, shittum. And
Yeah.
that's all in the body. But in Egyptian lore too, just an aside with the shittum stuff, the acacia there and that particular species, it's found all throughout Israel. It's also found in Egypt, and like Horus and Isis actually sprang out of that tree.
I love
And the
it.
So
snakes
it's
like
like,
that tree. Snakes love that tree.
It's
Yeah.
everywhere in Australia. Yeah, acacia's everywhere here in Australia. Yeah, like a weed.
so you're gonna hear people that would go against Dion and say, "Well, we don't have, but there is." And I had to dig for it from the culinary aspect of the Romans. I could send you that paper too, so you
It's
have it.
garum. It's called garum. And
Yeah,
they would
posted in
feed
our
it to
group
all the
chat.
legions. It's their fish sauce. That's what they flavored. They took it with them.
They were obsessed with garum. Yeah, they had those pits everywhere, right? Like that was like high commodity. That was their ketchup, the Roman ketchup. The thing they put on everything was this garum fish sauce. It's very similar to modern like Vietnamese fish sauce. Funnily enough, the two cultures came up with the same kind of idea,
Yeah.
all on opposite sides of the world.
See, I don't know why anybody would like. It's a very well known thing in Australia. We've got a disease called cicatera, and cicatera happens if you get a large coral fish, like as you see large coral trout, which is a beautiful eating fish, but you don't eat the big ones because the big ones have been eating the coral for so long that they've accumulated this cicatera in their system. And the first symptom of cicatera is you'll be eating at a restaurant and you'll feel high, right? But it's not like a real trip. It's just like you feel a bit dopey and out of it. But you can start to vomit and it can kill you. So it's not to be taken lightly. But it's something that's like everybody over here knows about. You don't eat big coral fish. You only eat the smaller ones because you get sick. And yeah, so I don't know why anybody would dispute it. Why would anybody be silly enough to dispute it? Of course it's going to happen. If it can happen with big coral fish here, of course it can happen with smaller fish with other substances.
Because
And we have the
the
puffer
Abrahamic
fish in Japan.
religions.
Yeah.
Because these Abrahamic religions have vilified sex and drugs. And so
Yes.
we can't be doing sex and drugs. Everyone else is doing sex and drugs. We're the perfect pure ones who are without sex and drugs. Meanwhile, it's like this is the most human thing imaginable is sex and drugs. Like, give me a
Mhm.
break. Of course you're doing it.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. No,
wild.
great
So Shay,
great presentation, Dion. Really good. I really liked it. Thank you.
Thank,
Yeah.
thank
Shay,
you. And
go ahead.
take
Sorry.
it with last week's episode that they go together, so you have
Yeah.
context.
Yeah, I saw last week's episode. It was brilliant. Really good. Yeah. I watched it late. I've been
Amazing
busy.
stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much, Dion. And we'll let you take over, Shay, if you want to dive in to your presentation here. What do you have in store for us this evening?
Well, as I said to people before, I am recovering from religious child abuse. It is something that still happens. I'm 64 years of age and still recovering. But the worst thing that happened was, even though you realize as a child, you read all these scriptures in Timothy where you've got to suffer. Children are supposed to suffer. Children are meant to suffer under injustice, and you lose your sense of value. And I really accepted the abuse until it happened to my eldest son. And then I stopped accepting the abuse. My eldest son, when I decided to leave the church, I was a Jehovah's Witness. When I decided to leave the church, you immediately become worldly, right? So they can't speak to you anymore. It's like ghosting you. My own parents wouldn't speak to me. And it was because of a really horrendous marriage that was forced on me by the church.
Mormons
It
excommunicate.
Yeah, it's excommunicate, but when you're excommunicated, your family's still allowed to have something to do with you. In the Jehovah's Witnesses, you can't. They can't. They can't give you any sort of support, because they can be excommunicated as
Yeah,
well.
it's shunning.
Yeah. So it nearly happened to me when I was in my early teens, and we were talking about the children that get used as oracles. Well, I started having spontaneous poltergeist activity happen around me. And if people think that that's all bullshit, there are 127 studies on it, some of it by Nobel Prize winners, all finding in favor of it. And it was one of the very first psychic phenomena that was actually studied by scientists, because it wasn't a medium pretending to be anything. This was happening around children who were innocent. And so these things would happen in church. There'd be knockings and rappings and things falling off the shelf. If my adopted mother was abusing me, that she'd be driven crazy. So of course it was demonic. So I experienced an exorcism at age 12. And you mentioned last week laying on the children to bring them back to life. Well, at 12 years of age, I had the elders in our church pushing a Bible down into my newly forming breasts. You hear these children going through exorcisms, and they have a really deep voice and they can get off of me. I can understand why, because you can hardly breathe. You've only got that little tiny bit of the bottom of your lung to breathe in. Of course, you're going to make any sound possible to try and get these people off you. So, this exorcism, and still in Western countries, like in Australia, we lose 2 or 3 children a year to exorcisms. It is an unpunished form. The church settles out of court. There has never been a prosecution that the church is allowed to bring to court for a death by exorcism. So these are all settled out of court. So fortunately, I didn't die. I just learnt to hide my abilities really well. Of course, I wondered why I was accused of being a witch when I left the church. I went on a complete exploration of everything esoteric. What are witches? What is this stuff? And happy to say that I did find a couple of good teachers and learn how to develop my abilities. And as I said before, I can see that when this pineal and pituitary gland kicks in and stimulates these abilities in some children, it's also to the child's advantage if they do have an older person who already knows how to use these abilities around them that can teach them. In indigenous shamanic cultures, and by shamanism, I mean Tungus tribes, where the word shaman came from. Your auntie or your uncle, who is already the tribe shaman, will take you and educate you. In Australia, if you show the ability to become Kadaitcha or an Ilparinja woman, then the other Kadaitchas will come and train you immediately, right? And you'll be trained, and it's treated with respect. But in the West, it has become that magical abuse of children. I mean, even we see in Buddhism, we have Padmasambhava, who's famous for traveling. He's supposed to be the second highest saint next to Buddha, but he traveled around the countryside, killing children that showed psychic ability in case one day they should grow up to oppose Buddhism. So, it's not just in Christian religions. This fear of the magical child is there. Right.
Yeah, it's a common trope, right? And
Yeah.
it's always by these religions of control. The main,
Yeah.
whatever becomes the dominant orthodoxy is the problem, right? And
Yeah.
all of these religions usually either have a positive spin to them or have an earlier positive beginning that they then use to try and shield themselves. But they all fall into the same traps of orthodoxy and control, right?
Absolutely.
Buddhism, Hinduism, all of these religions that we in the West think are different and special, they're not different, they're not special.
Yeah, and stop making saints out of the people that have done these things,
Absolutely.
And what irritates me about Western society is the churches at the moment are going, oh, pedophiles over there, pedophiles over there. We have had royal commissions, like you said, you've had them in Canada, where the churches have been put on trial and been found guilty of that. Why are we looking any further? We know it's the churches. The churches have these organized rings. In the 50s and 60s, they sold children. It was into adoption, but I was, very much the slave in my family. I was kept home from school. I was made do work. The children were sold to farms to work, at the same time. And if they weren't pretty enough or, saleable enough, they were kept by the churches as labor. We know that this happened and we know it's still happening today. And in fact, a case that is still happening today, I did end up taking to The Hague. I'm very passionate about this. And this is why I'm very in support of Ammon's work. It's important that people realize that these child sacrificing, child trafficking, these lay stays are still there, right? And they're in your community, and the churches know about it. And it's not just the Catholic Church. In Australia, the one that was found, that everybody was shocked that the one that was the third most guilty was the Salvation Army in Australia.
Oh, the Salvation Army is so terrible. They get often, because of the massive amount of charity work that they do, they often get a pass. But look at their whole patriarchal military system. They were, in early American history, they were famous, and in English history, they were famous for union busting. A lot of their songs, they were about shaming and attacking the poor, right? And maintaining these systems of poverty. They only help people who submit and are willing to conform. They're famous for shaming and attacking the LGBTQ and indigenous or non-Christian people. It's like it's charity at a price, right? And the price is indoctrination and control.
Yeah. So anyway, after I got kicked out of the church, it took me 18 months to get my son back. They kidnapped my son and they would move him from place to place. And they took him out to a place called Tenterfield, which is it was the center of child trafficking and child pedophilia in Australia. So it was only a matter of time before his father got him involved in that. And he did fall victim to that. But we got him back, and my beautiful son has rehabilitated probably better than I have. And he now works in child protection. He now works trying to prevent any of that sort of stuff ever happening to children again. So he's 40 years of age now. So he has recovered. But yeah, still it leaves you with trying to prevent this happening to other children, which is why I took this to The Hague. And it's also why I want people to have a look at this darkest secret that is in the Bible, because they've got to, I don't want to destroy people's faith. If you want to take your faith to a good place, you have to accept its shadow side. Basic psychology, you cannot improve yourself unless you look at your shadow. And the shadow in the Bible and all books that come from the Bible it's not just history. It's still happening today, and we have to confront it. And the one that happens every Sunday for most Catholics, as we've just put up there, is Holy Communion. And Holy Communion, they talk about witches supposedly having, sabbats to the devil. Oh my God, every Sunday they are drinking the transubstantiated blood of Jesus Christ. And if you ask the children, they are eating the flesh of baby Jesus. Right? The priest turns his back away when he has the communion, because it is thought that it transubstantiates. And if he has his face to the congregation, you'll actually see the blood drip out of the wafer as he bites into it, because it literally transubstantiates. So this is, really dark. And because it's done all the time, we accept it. Just because something is done all the time, it should not be accepted. We should have a look at this. Why are they? And they will tell you it's the flesh of the baby Jesus. They don't say it's, the adult savior, Jesus Christ, that they're doing. It's, the actual liturgy is about how baby Jesus is saving them. So this is a very dark ritual.
And this is so wild too when you get into the work of like Ammon, what he's shown on his YouTube channel through the sources, is that this is describing what he euphemistically calls the holy blowjob, right? That this is a sexual rite in which they are engaging in a sexual intercourse, with Jesus, and then they're taking the semen and they're rubbing it in their hands and they're consuming it, right? Like you know about this, Josh, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's supposed to be a deep ritual, so
Yeah.
Right.
But this is not metaphor. When you speak to a priest from the Catholic Church about it, they believe it's transubstantiated and
Right.
literal.
It is his flesh, it is his blood.
Yeah, they believe that every Sunday they're committing holy cannibalism. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. So let's have a look at the next slide. All right. So, and we shouldn't be surprised at this, and I won't go into all of the quotes I've got there, but one of the first, if you want to have a look at the first child sacrifice in the Bible, it's probably, Cain and Abel. If God is all knowing, all wise, and able to control everything, why did he accept the sacrifice of Abel knowing that Cain was going to kill his brother? Right. And then say that the sacrifice of the lamb was what he preferred, knowing it would cause that man's death. So it was there right from the start. But then if we go further, what is the basis of the three religions of the book? Right? It comes down to Abraham's sacrifice of his favorite son, right? And his favorite son was Isaac. So God has said, I will give you the land of Israel if you enter into a contract with me, right? A contract. Not, you don't have a contract with a friend. So, in the Christian Greek scriptures, where they call Abraham God's friend, what we actually have is a child offered as currency for a real estate deal. You can have this land flowing with milk and honey, and all your descendants can live there, but I want the firstborn, not just of you, of every man, woman, and child, every beast of the field, every firstborn of every flock, firstborn of everything, the first fruits, everything, the newborn has to go to me, right? And then we realize 2 generations later, if we go to the next slide, just 2 generations. Oh, no. All right. So that's not the next slide. Next slide is that we also have Ishmael. Right. And in Islam, they actually claim that Ishmael was the one that was taken up to this mountain as the sacrifice. Right. It wasn't Isaac. They say that that's a lie. So really the fight between Christian, Islamic, and Jewish religions is all about who is the real child sacrifice. Is it Jesus? Is it Isaac? Is it Ishmael? And when you look at the Bible, and so who's the real child sacrifice? That's what they're fighting over. And when you look at the Bible and you think, oh no, Abraham, but it says in the Bible that Abraham got given a ram that got stuck in the bush that Dion just spoke about, and that this ram dyed in purple was then sacrificed. Well, that actually looks like a much later addition, probably put in after they returned from Hezekiah, but with Hezekiah to rebuild the temple. Because if you have a look at that whole first passage before that, it says that Abraham descended the mountain alone. So it looks like whichever one it was sacrificed. And if Isaac did go on to have all the children of Israel, then maybe the Islamic people were right. Maybe it was Ishmael that was sacrificed, and that's their argument, right? That there was a real sacrifice and that Abraham did descend alone, right? And that the covenant is with them, not with the Jews. And then the Christians go, no, the covenant's with us because Jesus was the real child sacrifice. God gave his own child to be sacrificed because he's a real loving father. He let his child be sacrificed. Hands up any parent that's going to let their child be sacrificed for anybody else. I don't think so. And yet this is a God we want to hang out with? No. We've got to
This was one of the
realize,
first stories that made my
yeah,
mom leave the church. Absolutely. Because it just doesn't make any sense. Why would you? So an angel tells him to go up and sacrifice his own son, and God's okay with that. And he's like, just kidding. Just kidding. Forget about it. Like, it didn't make any sense to my mother. So that's why she left the church too. Because there's a lot
yeah,
of stories like that where it's like God is rewarding people for doing evil shit and
yeah.
not for doing good things.
And it's even worse than that. I mean, God has given Isaac to Abraham as the child of his old age, right? And he loves this child. You know, they prayed for this child. He's got this child. Now you got this child. If you want that real estate deal, I want that child back. That's not a God of love. That's a spiteful, narcissistic, petty being, right? Whose shadow side should be fully explored by his followers, right? So that you don't accept that from your deity. Really?
Right.
Yeah.
One thing
Yeah.
I want to add too, like, and a lot of various classicists talk about this, is that this particular story seems to mirror very, very well the story of Iphigenia, right?
Mm,
Iphigenia, of course, being one of the most important characters in the Greek
mm,
tradition, who becomes Hecate. And in her story, right, she is sacrificed for the hubris of her father Agamemnon by her father, right?
mm.
Agamemnon is trying to leave Troy and return to Greece. He kills a deer, and a storm comes, and his priests say, well, you have to sacrifice your child, that which is most dear to you, in order to calm Artemis. So he goes to sacrifice his daughter, and in the last moment, Artemis steals the daughter away, prevents the sacrifice, teleports her to Toroi, and leaves a deer in the stead, and Agamemnon kills a deer. And sometimes it's a bear he kills. But the point is that she saves the child and substitutes. But in their version, right,
Yeah.
there's this understanding that Agamemnon is wrong. He misread the signs. He's not supposed to sacrifice his child to Artemis. And even though she allows him to return, he's eventually punished tenfold for his hubris. Like, this is a bad deal. You don't
Yeah.
sacrifice your kids to the gods.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's right. And she puts him in that bind. If you do this, right, you won't have your wins for your war unless you do this. But if you do it, then I'm going to send the Furies after you forever and you will die.
Right.
So they are showing in that myth that it's wrong. Whereas in this set of myths, it's the right thing to do. You'll
It's the
become
right
God's
thing to
friend.
do.
You'll get you can go and commit genocide on all these people because
Right.
I've promised you this land now because you sacrificed your child. So one death for, as currency leads to millions of deaths for more currency. And this doesn't end with Isaac or Ishmael. This goes on for eternity if they are to remain with God. So if we have a look at the next slide now.
Right. The exchange of children for land and wealth.
Yeah. We know that there are other examples of this in the Bible. Moses is about to die, and his wife actually rubs the foreskin blood all over him and calls him the bridegroom of sacrifice and makes a prophecy that he will be responsible for instituting sacrifices. Of course, we have all the death of every firstborn in Egypt, which Moses instigated to get everybody out of Egypt. So, again, firstborn child sacrifice. Then in Levitical law, we see that, and it's still there, right? The people are taking the firstborn. We know the church teaches us that they're taking the firstborn of all their flocks and all their birds and all their herds up there. But the firstborn has to be, according to Levitical law, has to be repurchased from the temple. Otherwise, it must be sacrificed. And we think that this is just a metaphor, or we're told this is a metaphor, until we look at the story of the widow of Nain. And the widow of Nain was too poor to pay the price at the temple for her son, her only one, right? And she feels that the prophet Elisha, who's come to stay with her, is the priest from the temple that's come to take her son and kill him because his son gets deathly ill while he's there. It's like, oh, this is God exacting. And she says, this is God exacting his price, right? And the child goes on to be healed by the prophet. But it was their form of poverty control. We're not going to have single mums that can't afford to raise their children. We'll take their firstborn and they will be a sacrifice at the temple. And the story of the widow of Nain is actual proof of that. And we have the story of Jephthah's daughter, Jephthah, who went to war, and we all know that story. If I can win the war, I'll give you my daughter, right? My church went to great explanations to try and, talk that around and make it a metaphor and say that she just went into the temple and became a virgin, didn't have children, and that was her sacrifice. It doesn't say anything about that in the Bible. It says she came out, got herself prepared, and her friends took her to sacrifice. Right, end of story. It doesn't say anything about she went into the temple. All right, so if we can have the next slide, please. Yeah. Now, this is a really interesting one. So, we have scriptures over and over again in the Bible, reiterating this child sacrifice, right? Telling them don't hold back their sacrifice. But the church, their temple at the time made a lot of money exchanging children for silver. Those 30 pieces of silver was the redemption price that you paid so that your firstborn child wouldn't have to be killed. Right? So you go in and you make offerings and you give the sacrifice, which was money to the temple. So the firstborn, you redeem every firstborn amongst your sons. In the days to come, your sons will ask you, what does this mean? You will say to him, with a mighty hand, the Lord brought us out of Egypt and out of slavery. So they're saying, he did this to the Egyptians. If we don't do it, he'll do it to us. So if we go to the next one. So this one was actually pointed out to me by a friend called Oberon, who's a pagan. And I just don't know why. I've read 2 Kings so many times. I don't know why the penny didn't drop until I read this again. But they surround this city, and the king of Moab brings out his firstborn son and sacrifices him on the walls to Jehovah God as a burnt offering in emulation of Abraham. And Jehovah goes, okay, guys, leave that city alone. Go. And they don't want to go. All right. And so Jehovah chases the Israelites away from that city because he has received the sacrifice with pleasure.
So freaking gross. Whoa.
Yeah. So, we're not talking about metaphorical child sacrifice in the Bible. It is there over and over and over again. Right. So, and why are we not looking at this shadow side? Because, if nothing else, it allows people to send their children to war and be sacrificed. Women are, if they give their sons, in a holy war, and all wars are holy according to the church that's backing the government at the time. If you allow your son to be sacrificed, all right, you're doing the same thing as all these people did in the Bible. And, he'll go straight to heaven, and so will you. So you're buying their way into heaven by giving up their children to end up in an army. My granddaughter came to me the other day at 14 and said she was considering a career in the military. And I said, well, darling, you're going to have a broken foot. She said, why? I said, because I'm going to break your foot so you can't go into the army.
I love that, Shay. That's so brilliant. But this is so true, right? So much about religion is about turning people into cannon fodder. And you see this explicitly in modernity with what's happening in modern America. Pete Hegseth, the current Secretary of War, is a literal Christian nationalist who's talking about going and invoking a holy war, a crusade against the Muslims in the Middle East to bring about the Holy Land, and the apocalypse. Right? Like
Yeah.
this stuff is still influencing modern policy and modern military, and they still want your freaking kids. They want to
Yeah.
sacrifice your children.
Yeah.
Your
Absolutely.
brothers, your sisters, everyone. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, you're
Yeah.
so right about that.
Mm. So yeah, so examining this dark side, if we get to look at it, if you don't look at it, you can't change it. It's exactly the same as basic psychology. You must look at the shadow side. And this shadow side of the religions of the book is horrendous. If we want to change it and bring it into the light, then we've got to look at the dark. Let's have a look at the next slide.
Yeah, and that's the exact same religion that Jesus is growing up in. Like, Jesus was a Jew. So the Old Testament, all of that stuff, the child sacrifice, he would have known about that. He would have been
Of
involved with
course.
that, read
Yeah.
about it, heard about it. It's
Yeah.
just lore
So
for where he grew up.
So why is it, why do people think that it's so horrific when Ammon says that he had 11 children following him around, and one 20-year-old? No, they were giving up their kids to the temple, And, the fact that he had a child servant, that was probably the Apostle Mark that wrote the book and the account, because he would have been between 8 or 10 at the time. So that child, according to biblical scholars, is more than likely the Apostle Mark, who's writing about himself being the child that had the Sidon around himself. Of course, it's nothing to have a slave in a culture that had slaves all the time. And if you got into debt, you sold your children in Israel. You could sell your child into bondage. If you had a son, he would work for the person you owed money to until your debt was cleared. If you had a girl child, she could become the sexual slave of this person you owed money to. And if she fell pregnant, then your debt was immediately cleared. And if they got killed accidentally by these people, then he owed you money. So it was a good deal for these people, that had these to go and do this. So, and this is the
Absolutely.
culture that Jesus was in, and why are we thinking, one, that he was, half pie white guy when he was in a Middle Eastern culture? He would have been dark haired, dark eyed, looking very Jewish and behaving according to the Jewish rules of his day. Otherwise, when you're in Rome, and the Romans had Israel
Well,
at that
we
time.
can. I mean, this is polemic literature, but we can read in the Greek and Roman literature where they're talking about the
Mm,
peoples of Palestine, and they
mm,
even make a comment. They have these ridiculously large families in order to use their children as slave labor. This is like a criticism that the Greeks and the Romans have of the Palestinians, right?
mhm.
Which, and for them, they're including the Jews in that
Yes,
category. You know,
yes.
so this is something that was known
It's
about that
really old.
culture and was culturally accepted to have and this is also like, I'm not just condemning. This is something that you saw across the world, especially in ancient times. People that have
Mm,
ancient agricultural societies, you'd have large families, and your
mm.
children would be commodified. You use
Yeah,
them as slave labor or as booty. You sold and traded them. What do you think
Yeah,
a
I
people
think,
had
dowry
like
even
8 or 12
is?
kids.
yeah.
Yeah.
I often think of, in my own mind, there's absolutely no substantiated documentation for this. So this is just my own thoughts. But I
Mm,
feel like the fascination that happened with the rise of Christianity around the time of Christ, which was actually the rise of a form of, a different form of Judaism, right, essentially, was that Rome and Greece were fascinated with the religion and culture of this, barbaric nation, in the same way that we are fascinated with Tibetan culture, and we think it's holier than it is. And like when you examine
right.
Tibetan Buddhism, it's actually just as bad as all of these, right? And
Like
it's a
Buddhism is a
very,
modern word.
yes, that's correct. And it's, and we have a look at this, but we think that their religion, we've got a fascination with it because it's something unknown, it's something outside, and we can see that they make claims of being holy. And I think that the Romans and the Greeks at that time were fascinated because they loved, all ideas, all new ideas. Right? And I think it would be like the Tibetans today. I mean, we know that they had, Buddhist temples in
Well, we even
Judea
see
and
this in the
Rome in those
scholarship.
days.
You know,
Yeah.
we even see this in the scholarship because one thing that doesn't get talked about enough is that
Mm.
during the time just before Jesus, we see the birth of a religion called Yahwism,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
are which is a form of Judaism that was outside of the priestly control and that was popular across the Mediterranean. Because what we were seeing is all these people, because of commerce and because of the whole circuit of traveling to Israel to perform sacrifices, because back then the only place that Jewish people could do sacrifices was at the temple, and you had to spend all this money to go. So it became this big thing where everyone would do these massive pilgrimages to the temple. Well, it wasn't just Jews who went to the temple. And back then, you know, most people who were related to this Yahweh cult were not Jews. There were millions and millions of people around the Mediterranean who converted and who were practicing a form of non, hereditary Judaism. This is what we see being discussed in the PGM. This is what we
Mhm.
see as competing, right? So there's
Yeah.
all of this outside kind of, we have this belief that
Syncretism,
what is,
sort of a syncretism. Yeah.
yeah, but
It's
we always have this
anthropological.
belief
It's
where
so
we
common.
listen.
Like it's the
Yeah.
baseline.
Right.
Mm.
Well, this is a common thing in general. People listen to the mouth of priests and they take it as sacrosanct. And religion
Mm.
is always more complicated, and the priests don't get to dictate nor control. And Judaism was not just what the priestly caste said. And what we see is Israel becomes this massive seat of international religiosity. And so all these people are going there, learning and experimenting, and it becomes, like you said, syncretized into these various religious cults. So there's a
Mm.
lot more going on to this. And that's why the Romans wanted Judea. They want a peace. They're fascinated. It's
Mm.
foreign. It's magical. You can go there and get redemption. You can go there and offer a sacrifice, right? There's power. There's elitism. They
Mm.
wanted it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like some of the
So,
earliest Canaanites are Phoenicians, and those Phoenicians were pirates, you know? And so those early Canaanites that became the Jews were pirates. So they
absolutely.
would have been
Mm.
equated with or acquainted with the slave trade and also human
Yeah.
trafficking and all of that. And so
Yeah.
were the Sumerians and the Akkadians and all of the people that lived before them. It was very prevalent. So it's not strange
Mm.
that that would be going on. In fact, for them to get power, it would make sense that they're selling their own children in temples as like a market. That would give you political power because it's like, hey, I can go
Yeah.
here and get this commodity, because back
Right.
then
Right.
having someone be your servant is useful because you can
Yeah.
pay for
Yeah.
that back then. And you're saying they're selling them for 30 talents of silver. Like someone out there in the ancient world is like, oh, that's a deal for me. I'll go and get
Yeah.
10 of them or something,
Yeah.
like something
Yeah.
ridiculous like that because it's allowed. And that's the thing. Any religion that allows this sort of abuse is implying that they allow this sort of behavior, this sex
Yeah.
trafficking, this sort of
Mm.
behavior, this selling of children and all that. It's very ancient. So,
Mm. Yeah, and I really encourage people, anybody listening today who might be a Christian, who goes, "Oh, that's bullshit." I have sent Snappy a document that was published in Nexus magazine a long time ago. It does have all the scriptures in it. It has supporting documentation and references at the end. So I don't know if you've got somewhere where they can download that, Snappy, but it's
Yeah, if
there if you
people
want.
come to the Temple of the Muses Discord, which you can find in the description, you can find a link. It'll be available there.
Yeah, yeah. So what we did, of course, because this is going on today, I became aware of another Australian lady's work with children in Nigeria that were being accused of witchcraft. So what they have over there is very electric Christian churches. And an electric church is where they play the music and it's all like, yeah, yeah, we're gonna, yeah, yeah, yeah. And they get everybody all hyped up and they were doing all that sort of thing with all the guitars and the lights and the music, and it's very hypnotic. And then they go, now we're going to cast Satan out of the church, and the Satan is in that child there. Right. And they would pick the child of somebody they think can afford a year's wages. And if you can't afford the year's wages, what happens is a similar to this was taken by a lady who was working over there, and she was able to, she tells us she was able to grab these children and rescue them, but they get taken out the back and they either get clubbed or macheted to death as young as 2. They can be teenagers all the way down to 2, right? But that's the way that this lady, Helen Mbuko, who this document that went to the UN. So I sent you that document to the UN. You can download that as well. Now, Helen Mbuko ended up suing Stepping Stones Nigeria for defamation, but Helen Mbuko was also shut down. So if you go to look for Stepping Stones Nigeria, you will see that there is legal documentation there about being sued. But we were able to keep her out of Australia. And even though, if you go to the next slide, we got the runaround at The Hague. We went to the Australian Embassy in The Hague to start off with, and they just didn't want to open the door and let us in. So we sat there and they didn't want to come out. So I went to The Hague, and The Hague was closed for the day, but we could buzz and ring through. So we buzzed and rang through, and the lady on the desk said, yes, put the letter in the letterbox there and we'll have a look at it. And we thought we were just getting the runaround. So we ended up doing a ritual to Concordia from the Greek magical papyrus outside the Eternal Flame, outside The Hague there. And 2 days later, we got a letter, an email from them saying they were going to forward it on to another person. And we started to get some action and traction with this.
Oh,
but
wonderful.
what I want, so that's when she started to get shut down. It didn't stop her suing Stepping Stones as Nigeria, which is unfortunate. But what I want people to be aware of is that with Christian extremists and fundamentalists are just not fun, no matter what religion they are. It's not fun. Fundamentalism is not fun. And I know we've got the rise of Christian nationalism at the moment. Right. And you see the same vehemence arising right now. Now, this was 2012. And I had a hard time convincing people in 2012 this was happening. But with Christian nationalism, I can tell you we are a hair's breadth from this happening in the United States. You're worried about them going over to, foreign countries and going over to Israel and, trying to help with the war over there and the genocide over there. This could happen tomorrow in any Western country.
Well, did you guys see some of the images from the 4th of July ceremony that was happening in D.C. this year? So a bunch of neo-reactionary fascists, various organizations, white supremacists, neo-Confederates, all descended on the Capitol. And there was a bunch of these photos. Like there's this one photo that was making international headlines, and it's of this young Black girl, and she's sitting on a bus, and she's surrounded by at least a dozen men all in white skull masks, wearing white supremacist and 4chan memes on badges on their gear. And it's like, this is America in 2026. And these people are calling for the protection of the white race and for the revival of a Christian nation that never existed.
No. And why does America want to be a Stone Age Middle Eastern religion?
Right?
It's a Stone Age. As we can see, it's got an incredible dark side based on child sacrifice and genocide. It's not what they're telling you from the pulpit. Go and read the Bible for yourself and you will see. Don't believe what they're saying. Peace, love, and brown rice is not in Buddhism, and it's definitely not in Christianity as it is. Right? If you want to make something else, right? So that was the letter that we wrote to The Hague there. If you want to make something better for the future, then don't just listen to somebody who's in a pulpit that wants to manipulate everybody in the room. Read your Bible for yourself and decide, is that where I want to take my faith and my children and my country in the future? Or where do I want to take it? Right. And the great thing that Ammon is doing, Dr. Ammon is doing, is making people read it in the original language, in the Greek. Right, because that frees you up from the intermediate person's interpretation as well. So, my Greek lessons keep stalling. I do love my Greek. I do love learning, but getting some time when my family keeps having dramas around me, it's difficult.
It's
but
hard.
I know, but I do want to keep pursuing it because once you do that, you can't be lied to. You cannot be
Well,
lied to if you can read it yourself.
that is so true. And the beautiful thing is that it will take you more time, but as long as you put in the effort, you will figure it out. Josh learned and mastered. He completed the full Hansen and Quinn course and is one of Ammon's most celebrated students. If he can do it, anyone can, right, Josh? How do you feel having gone through all of that hardcore Greek learning?
Well, I was just gonna say, as soon as you hear what Ammon's saying, and then you see the vocabulary that they're using in the Bible, you see words like child, like male slave, female slave. In Acts, you see it in Acts. You see Hades, you see Artemis, you see different like Uranos and Gaia. Those are Greek gods right up in the front of the Bible. In Genesis, Uranos and Gaia is how it starts. Those are Greek gods. And so, knowing that, you just see all of these different ways that they've tried to mask the one fact that Christianity was not a monotheistic religion to begin with.
Mm.
It was actually
Mm.
polytheistic and coming from different Near Eastern cultures and stuff like the Ugaritic and the Phoenician uh, cultures were early Canaanites. Those are what formed the proto-Jews. So,
Mm.
um, you see that, and then you talk about child trafficking and stuff, and it makes sense
Absolutely. Right.
why that's going on.
It's like we have this weird modern view of Judaism and of all the Abrahamic religions, when it's like when you look at Judaism in its actual context, it's a minor tribal religion that's practicing henotheism, which is my God is bigger than your God. But I still acknowledge that the world is multifaceted, right? They don't have philosophy. They don't have, like, in order to come to monotheism or to monism, you had to have gone through deep philosophical thought. Idealism is not just something arrived at. You have to reject the world first. And to do that, you need a bunch of men doing a bunch of drugs because no woman is coming up with that nonsense.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
great presentation, Shay. I really, really appreciated it. What do you guys think? Do you got any comments or questions for Shay on her presentation?
I just wanted to say I really resonated with it because, like my mother, she was a single mother and she dealt with a lot of persecution from Christianity and different groups saying that like she wasn't taking care of me the right way when she was the only person I had. And growing up, like that was the most important person to me by far. So, unfortunately, I actually was taken away from my mother by
Oh, see?
CPS.
See?
So yeah,
Yeah.
I felt like it, like what you're saying really resonates with me because it's like
Yeah.
not only do I feel like I was almost trafficked by like a legal loophole, like what is this? Why can people ethically say, "Oh, she's not capable of taking care of her child," when she didn't hit me, she didn't do anything to abuse me? I don't know why a Christian can decide if someone is morally right or not. That's not really
That's
their
what,
choice to decide. It's not
yeah, but
their opinion shouldn't count for that.
yeah, that's what the basis of Christianity is, though. It's judgment of other people, really, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, my mother was persecuted for that same reason. And, like when I was 13, I was forced to live with my aunt and uncle, and they were super religious. And so they put their beliefs on me. Like my mom didn't ever, like, we used to go to church, but then we stopped going. So between the ages of like 6 and 13, I wasn't going to church at all. I had exposure to all types of media and stuff. And the Mormon church was trying to restrict me from understanding anything about the world. Censorship was a big part of the Mormon church. Making sure you couldn't access the internet to expose yourself to dirty things and naughty content or whatever that might be, whether that was explicit music or R-rated movies or whatever that was, because it's all about control. It's all about trying to keep you narrow-minded and in the cult. And my mom saw that and she didn't appreciate that at all. So when she got older, she moved out from my grandparents' house and lived on her own with me. And my dad was in prison my whole life, so it was just me and my mom. And after a while, the church didn't make sense to keep going because it's just it's not productive to what we have going on. Like my mom had to go pay the bills and stuff. Like
I can't
that
imagine
was
this.
what
So
was
did you
important.
go on a mission? Like how is a single mother
No.
supposed to afford a young kid to go on a fucking world tour? you know,
Yeah,
for,
it was
for
just
years.
ridiculous. It was like my grandparents would always groom me and try and be like, "Oh yeah, one day you're gonna grow up to be this great missionary to serve the Lord and spread the gospel and do all this stuff with the Book of Mormon." And it's like, okay, that doesn't even make sense because my mom can barely afford to keep the air conditioning on and stuff. Like we're using kerosene heaters and like AC units in the windows and stuff. Like we don't have heating and cooling and stuff in the house. Like my mom was by herself. She didn't have no support from anyone. My mom had multiple different boyfriends and stuff. It just like it's hard being a single parent. And then they took me away from her. It was even harder, like for her as an individual, having the only thing that mattered to her ripped away from her because of a what is that? So the church can decide whether uh you can keep your own children that you bore, like or not, like, and it's related to
Yeah.
CPS too. So I think it's just deeply corrupt in general.
Yeah. Yeah. She would have fought so hard to get you back.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. It was set up against her. Like she couldn't afford to really like do anything legally to counteract what they were accusing her against.
Yeah.
So it's set up where the house always wins.
Yeah. Yeah. I ended up doing my own legals. So I help other people with legal issues now. You don't have to be a lawyer to do the legals, and the court system actually gives you leniency if you're not a lawyer. So yeah. So, but yeah, really feel for
Yeah.
your mum. Big hugs to her. She's an amazing lady.
Yeah,
When
she's
you
passed
do,
on now, but she would be very angry with the way that things turned out, because
Mm,
it's just not right, and I
mm,
know there's lots of people around the world that are dealing with the same stuff, and it's like not fair, it's not right, and
no.
it's not ethical either. Like it's not coming from a place of ethics. It's a place of, oh, we can steal your children because we think we have the rights to, and
Yeah, and
you
it's
don't have a
money in
say.
the end. It's money. It's lace day. It's money in the end. Yeah,
Yeah.
and and I would have loved to have spoken to Maddalena because I know she went through shunning as well. So
yeah,
not to worry. Yeah.
I think she's been having some internet troubles. Maybe she'll join. I'm not sure what's going on with her, but
Mm.
yeah, unfortunately, Maddie had to drop out. But
Mm.
Tiger, what did you think of Shay's presentation?
There's a lot there, right? What I would say is that I was never really Christian, so I don't really understand that world, but I can see all the stuff you're laying out, obviously. And I would say that you have a lot of people that YouTubers, for example, that attack Ammon and they don't understand that he's actually exposing this stuff, right? And I
Mm.
think that whether they know or not, I feel like a lot of them don't realize this through their own
Mm.
stupidity. Um, that they are defending these activities when they're actually attacking them, and a lot of it I think is also misunderstood because they just attack his character, or he's doing a lot of theatrics, right? And so like a guy like Myth Vision goes, oh, they're all Satanists, and I'm like sitting there laughing at him like, you think we're all Satanists? Like it's pretty hilarious that these people run around saying things like that. And it's like you drank the Kool-Aid, and it's part of it's the theatrical, the other part of it's like real deal stuff. And him going around exposing this, I think, is really good. You doing it too is really good, and breaking it down for these people that don't understand um, is really good with your own real, experiences. Uh, so yeah, hopefully, all the power to you. I mean, I hope that your audience, these people that have been abused, can start coming out of the woodwork, because you always have, there's a lot of people that are victims and they don't want to talk about it. And I'm sure we've all known, whether we directly know, but I'm sure we know a lot of people that have been victimized by these organizations and these religions. So um, it's kind of being just aware of that, and how I think it's probably a lot more spread out in society than people realize.
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
then Snappy's comment too about the Christian nationalist stuff, like even all this slavery stuff, like I see it even in our own society. And like sports are a big one. You buy, trade, sell these players, right? And
Mm.
it's just kind of knockdown version of basically what slavery is. And then you have all these people like, yeah, and so I don't think it's really gone away entirely. I think that our society just learned how to adapt to that kind of climate, but it still exists, obviously, in other realms and other societal, effects as well. So you add that all together and you get kind of the outcome that we're looking at, with these people on the bus. You have people, racist people, whatever, those that are judging and think they're better than others. And then it's even funny to listen to themselves. I don't know if you guys, I was laughing just yesterday about that schism that came out in the Catholic Church where they excommunicated that group once again.
Saw that. Yeah, the trad
So-
cats in Switzerland got excommunicated for anointing their own bishops without the
Oh.
mafia boss's blessing.
Heresy. So that's a heretical thing. Oh my goodness, that's always been the worst sin in the Catholic Church is heresy. Good.
Well, and it's been a big
we need a
thing.
few heretics.
Right, but this has been a big, huge fight since John Paul II did Vatican II, right, where they brought in and they made it mandatory to speak in the vernacular. Like you can still do the Latin Mass, but the Latin Mass has to be one Mass on Sunday. It could be the main Mass, but you have to offer it in the vernacular. And these guys were like, "No, F you. We don't like your moralizing. We want to stay in our Latin exclusivity. We want to practice all our pomp and ritual." And the modern Catholics are like, "We want to be accessible to everyone and welcome in everyone. And you have to do that. You got to be accessible." And this is where the line is coming down. It's kind of ridiculous and silly.
Yeah, so they infight with each other, and a lot of that goes back to the judgment thing. But it's really funny because you have all these different groups of Christian, but ultimately, from a societal standpoint, I think ultimately that's what's really it's cult, but also in particular these certain religions that are really holding back the rest of society. It's their own mental prison. It's their activities, these rapes, these killings, these, treating, slavery, all this stuff. That's really their mental prison that they're projecting and imposing on other people. And that's why you have a lot of people in society that are going around depressed, seeking other avenues. So I know Snap, we know a lot of different people in Ammon's group, and you get, quite a different spectrum, but some of them are seeking that escape from that type of feeling. And so I think that some of them will flock to, the psychedelic realm for that, which it helps, for that. But these other, these other healing capabilities too could be for some of these people who have gone through things like that. So learning the Greek and learning kind of those rituals and some of the magic that was behind healing, that those things that have been done to them. So, I wish the best to all the people who have gone through something like that. That's just terrible and crazy to hear about.
Yeah, it's wild to think about. Go ahead, Sorshi.
No, I think that Ammon's message is getting to a lot of those people. And it's interesting to hear what you say about the Satanist aspect, because, I mean, I get the metaphor when he says, "Oh, it's Satan." That Satan, if the God of the Bible is so frigging evil, then Satan must be good. But a lot of other people don't get that. And I know that for him, it's probably the filter. Like, wait, if they're not smart enough to get that, then they don't deserve the teaching. But I just would like to get a whole lot of people and go, "Hey guys, you do realize he says this because look at all this darkness in the Bible. Who really is the bad guy? The one that says, no, you don't have to do this? Is he really the bad guy?"
He's also trying to point out the Christian satire, right? Satan is a parody of Saturn and Pan. It's an amalgamation and a reduction and a parody of the pagan, the entirety of the pagan world, right? It's about vilification and reduction and making something stupid. So what do is we flip the pole. We use that as a way of celebration. But the other problem is that Ammon isn't the first person to have done this. Anton LaVey famously did it, but he did it in a very reactionary mode where he's like, I mean, Ammon is reactionary to a certain extent. You can't, all that satanic stuff is. But there's a big difference, where LaVey he created his own ideology that's deeply related to a lot of libertarian philosophy, a lot of Ayn Rand's philosophy, Might is Right, Ragnar Redbeard, a lot of far right conservatism. Ammon doesn't have any of that nonsense, and he's not
And he's not
related
trying to make
to
money out of it.
no.
Anton
And he's
LaVey
not
was.
related to these atheist organizations either. We now see these modern atheist satanic organizations since LaVey, like the Satanic Temple in the States, which is a really awesome organization that I celebrate. One of the best atheist organizations ever, because they're constantly challenging religious authority and taking these religious hypocrites to court,
Yeah.
But this is the problem, is that Ammon, when he calls himself, or when he says Hail Satan, he uses satanic imagery, people look and they view him as a reactionary Christian, a LaVeyan, or an atheist. And he's none of these things,
Or an inverted Christian. Satanists, some Satanists, especially more the Luciferians, are like inverted Christianity.
Exactly. That's what he was trying to say.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, I'd love to see him do a show where he explains that. But by the same token, I also get that he probably feels like if he has to explain it, then they don't deserve it. So
right.
I think he did an interview with some atheist guy like 3 or 4 years ago, and the guy was like, "Are you an atheist?" And he was like, "No." And he's like, "Why not?" And he's like, "I can't stand it."
yeah.
It's so funny. When you really press Ammon on it, the biggest thing I got out of him is, Hellenism and naturalism, right? The earth, worshiping of Mother Nature, animism, that kind of stuff, right? But he avoids talking about that stuff because, again, when we're dealing with pagan religion, these are individualistic. And it's up to you. And as an individual, you form your own conclusions, and you're not meant to tell anyone else what to think or how to think. So you can talk about that stuff, but you're not supposed to preach it. You're not supposed to be sharing this like this is how the world is. This is my subjective opinion, and it stays as such. And it's okay, right? It's okay to be your subjective opinion, and everyone's allowed to have their subjective opinion. And we can talk about shit, and we can have these conversations without it having to be literal absolute truth. Like, this is one thing also that just annoys me about all this stuff that happens online. I don't understand why everyone gets so upset and
locked in.
Especially with these Americans. Like, don't you guys believe in freedom of speech? Like, why does it matter? True, false, slander, whatever. You don't like it, stop listening. People are allowed to say whatever they want. Like, calm down.
Yeah, it's but what he's doing is, it really is touching a lot of people who have been abused by the church.
Absolutely.
It's and it's good for them to see that there is somebody out there, that does say, all right, like you said, there are as many different religions as there are people. But also, hey, have a look at Christianity. There can be a very different view of this, and your view doesn't have to be the same as that person in the pulpit on the Sunday. You can actually read the Greek, you can read the Bible yourself and form your own opinion, which is what he's brilliant at doing. It's good. It's good, and it's time. It's the right thing at the right time. It's, the right thought, the right idea at the right time. It's lovely.
Absolutely. So, Josh, do you have anything that you want to talk about or present this evening, or do you want to just comment?
I don't really have like a slideshow presentation or anything, but I'll just comment and say like a couple things about it. So, one, it's freedom of speech. First of all, we're allowed to talk about it. Come on, guys. I'm allowed to say whatever I want. And second of all, anthropologically, we see this sort of like sex trafficking and human slavery going on since the dawn of civilization. So it's starting with the Sumerians, and the earliest civilizations you can think of, has human slavery. So it's not like one group or culture is the progenitor of all human slavery. It's just something that's naturally occurred as civilizations have arose. And what we're witnessing is the result of that. Like, we live in a modern civilization that has new ways for that to be enabled. And I think it's terrible that people are experiencing that in different ways. And is it because of the lack of education, or is it because of the intention of keeping people ignorant to be hurt in that way, and abused? And I don't
I think it,
think
I
it's
think,
a really good thing.
yeah, I think it's also, I think what annoys me and a lot of other people too, although I could be wrong about it, is the hypocrisy of it. God is love, God is peace. But hang on, we're going to send your kids to war and kill them. We're going to traffic these children. We're going to abuse them in orphanages, and we're going to sell them for adoption and slavery and child labor. And, they say one thing from the pulpit and then they do the other. And when you question them on the other, they will go, oh, but it's in the Bible. But it's the hypocrisy of it, appearing to be one thing while doing another. Yeah.
Well, it just shows like the ignorance overall of the monotheists and the cultures that are continuing to try to live the fantasy of their eschatology. Like they're
Yeah.
trying to literally reenact what they think Revelations is going to be. They're going to burn down the temple to build a new one. And there's people right now in the place where that mosque is, and they're like just standing around acting like they're going to do something, like they're going to put something together. It's ridiculous because there's no archaeological evidence of a Solomon's temple to begin with.
Right.
There's no, where's it at?
Never
It
existed.
doesn't exist. So if there was one, why are they trying to build a third one when there's not a first or a second one? So, when the whole chronology is screwed up, then a lot of people just start making up what they believe, and then they start hurting people as a result. And then they get all upset about it. And I think it's very unfortunate because if you look at the early history of what became Christianity and Judaism, it's coming out of the polytheistic religions of Samaria and the Near East and stuff. So they're not even writing in any of their own unique scripts. Like they're always adopting Ugaritic, which is a cuneiform script, which they would have borrowed from the Sumerians and the Akkadians. The Akkadians themselves adopted Sumerian scripts, so they didn't invent cuneiform. So again, they're retelling Near Eastern mythologies through a narrow-minded lens to one, give themselves prominence and say, hey, we're the chosen people, we're this super ethnic group that everyone's God, not just our God, everyone's God. It's the God of the universe, right? Because Yahoo is that in the eschatology of Judaism, and he's a pagan god. So he's got and in the Inception you see all of that within the text that contain his name. He's not alone. He's got a wife. He's got Asherah. He's got all these different aspects that accommodate that. So why did they cut that out of their own history? Why did they lie about it? Why did they say we got to cut it down to where it's just this, and that, and the Talmud and stuff? The Talmud doesn't exist until the 3rd century AD.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and there's enough in the Bible that does talk about Yahweh, Yahoo, Jehovah, whatever we want to call him, being an angry mountain god, right? Or a downgraded, or a downgraded version of Zeus adopted by these nomadic tribes.
It's because of his divorce of Asherah. He doesn't like women. Yeah.
Well, when we listen to like the Greek accounts, right, the accusation is like they were a patriarchal cult that was forced out of Crete, right? They had replaced the earlier Minoan matriarchy, and then they were forced out of Crete by the later Greeks, and they fled and they became modern Israel. So and they're the originators of these pederastic rites, according to Plato. And if we look at other scholarship, there's scholarship on the other side that says that they're related to the Hyksos, who were, this is again highly debatable.
Early group of Canaanites, probably.
Yeah, exactly. But there's scholarship that says that the Hyksos, right, were the original followers of Akhenaten, who were then forced out of Egypt. And they would have been, proto-monotheists, worshippers of Aten, the one sun. And then we see these groups kind of amalgamate in Palestine and become the modern Jewish cult, especially after the influence and freeing of the Jewish nobility by the Persian Iranian Empire. Remember, right? Cyrus, is the first Messiah, the Mashiach in the Jewish tradition, a foreign ruler who freed the Jewish people. And what did the Iranian Persian Empire wants, to create a buffer state to protect them from Egypt, the other superpower in the region. And so we see this religion that's extraordinarily antagonistic to Egypt, that vilifies their polytheism with an ulterior monotheism. It's like everything is set up by Persia in order to empower them and create this division.
And
Mm.
Persia is also known for creating eunuchs.
Yeah,
So as soon
right?
as they're talking about, oh, Cyrus the Great does this and that, well, the Persian Empire is the one that's most popularizing this idea of creating eunuchs as you capture people and you subjugate them. And I mean, that in itself is not a unique concept to them. Any empire that was expanding in that era would have followed that suit of procedure. You know, it was standard procedure to invade an area and then capture its people and then make eunuchs out of them. We see that in the Bible with Daniel, because Daniel's turned into a eunuch, and so is everyone else that was captured from Judah, you know? And they're literally talking about that with Nebuchadnezzar, who was,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't want to assume he was a Persian guy, but maybe he was.
It
Should
makes
be
you
related.
wonder how they repopulated Israel when they came back with Hezekiah. You know, it's like, where did they get where did they get the kids from? Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
and
such a
there
stuff.
you even find evidence of child sacrifice in the areas of Israel. Like there's burned children bones
Yeah.
outside of
All that
this
Moloch
hill.
stuff.
Yeah, and it's talked about in the Bible, but we found it archaeologically at certain sites, like where they've participated in these sacrifices. So
Oh,
again, it's not like
mm,
strange that that's going on, because it's known practice in the earliest roots of Judaism that child
Mm.
sacrifice. You know, you got to sacrifice to Moloch, which is the
oh, well,
brother
no,
of Yahweh,
hang on a second.
Baal,
Well, you'll see in that document
or
I sent
Yahweh's
through.
called Baal.
Yeah, there's actually no evidence of sacrificing to Molech at all, right? That Molech, it appears to be the offering of, if you dedicated your child to a foreign deity, right? So if you gave your child to Molech, it couldn't be a sacrifice in the temple. So they didn't have to pay the 30 pieces of silver because the child was now impure because it was dedicated to a foreign deity. It actually looks more like it was a dedication, because there's actually around the Molech areas, there's no evidence of child sacrifice. Even the Punic graveyards,
Hmm.
they actually look like they were children's graveyards, because there are what do you call premi births there. So children that were born
Yeah,
prematurely that couldn't have survived were buried there. So they're not so, and we have that in Greece, we
yeah.
have it in Japan. There is an adult
Everywhere.
cemetery and there'll be a
Hmm.
child cemetery. So there's a child cemetery in these Punic Tophets, but there's no evidence of them being sacrificed. You know, there might have been,
I brought that up in
yeah,
the first episode where we talked
yeah,
about how the vast majority of human
It's a perfect
sacrifice
episode.
in
mm,
the earliest tribal evidence is it's usually premature babies or children
mm,
with severe deformities, right? And
yeah,
these weren't sacrificial rituals in the satanic sense that we view them. These were rituals in a sense of returning the spirit of the child to the earth that then could be reborn again
cremations,
into the
yeah,
community.
cremations,
Exactly.
yeah,
Cremations.
yeah,
Cremations is better. And it's usually outsiders vilifying these rites, seeing them, not
yeah,
understanding them, seeing, oh
mhm,
my God, they're burning child bodies and not realizing this is a
yeah,
mourning rite for mothers, you know?
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
if you pass a child through the smoke in
Wow.
Indigenous Australia, you'll have one auntie. They make like a smoke of gum leaves, of green gum leaves, and the child gets smudged. You know, there's lots of smoke. The child is perfectly fine, and the mother passes it to the auntie, and the auntie passes it back to the mother, and then the child is purified with smoke. You know, so it's just the same as smudging. So yeah, but if they want to see a demon, they can see a demon.
Wow.
You know?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wild stuff. Anything
I
else to
think
add
that's
there, Josh? Sorry, go ahead, Tiger. Let's get
I
your
think
thoughts.
that's just highly. I mean, you got scholars on both sides, and I think probably the one he's talking about is Gezer, where it's the
Mm,
Canaanites. So it's the proto-Jewish,
mhm,
different sects. In particular, in the Old Testament, they call them the Judahites. The
mm,
Judahites for sacrificing babies to Baal. But they did find mole. They also found the kids like cut in half, so not just burned in jars, cremated in jars. This is where they also found the Cypriot opium vessels and two
At
different
Tophet.
Yeah,
two
the opium
different
juglets,
versions of
right?
them.
Mm.
So they incorporated the Cypriot religion into their own. And in Isaiah, this is how we can link it to the Jews, because they practiced this all the way up till Isaiah, and Isaiah wrote polemical verses against the Cypriot opium trade into their lands, saying that they were basically going to go away from doing that. But they were incorporating it into these burial sites and in these, let's call it quote unquote sacrifices. It's depending on what side of the fence you're on. This all gets back to McAllister. So like people are like, well, back then he didn't keep the best records. This might have just been a high place it wasn't a temple, it was a high place. It was just stones, stacked up. But under that is where they found it. And there's other places like Carthage they found, obviously not the same culture, but in similar context, they found
No, it kind of is though,
children
because the Punics
sacrifices.
are Phoenicians, which are Canaanites. So no, you're on there. So Carthaginians are
Yeah.
pretty much proto-Jews.
I
Right. And
think
it's
I think
interesting
that's
that you
there, but
mentioned the high place too, because one of the this is debated. Like, for example, Ammon believes that Beelzebub actually relates to Ebulius, is a corruption of the Greek Ebulius, which is a secret name for Dionysus that appears within the Eleusinian mysteries. But other scholars argue that that actually comes from Baal Zebon, which means the Lord of the high place, or Baal Zebul, and that it becomes corrupted into the Jewish Lord of the Flies as a way to mock them. And what they used to do is they would build these high towers, and you'd have an animal sacrifice that would be left to rot, to be eaten by the flies. And the flies were seen as the spirits of the air. So, a lot of weirdness
creation,
going on there.
Yeah. And the original name for Yahweh appears to have been Baal. So
Right.
just
Right.
Lord.
So he could be related to this Lord of the
Yeah.
high place as well, right?
That's a kind of a good segue into what I sent you as a paper.
Yeah, we'll bring that up now. That's perfect. Unless you have anything else to add here, Josh, we can come back to you, of course.
Yeah.
I would just say so the dysphoria of Canaanites that end up becoming the Jews, they were all practicing different forms of like child burials, child sacrifice, and they were dedicating it to different gods. So it's not like a strange thing that we're talking about it. It's not weird. If anything, we're being honest and we're actually appreciating what these cultures were actually about by discussing it honestly and seeing it for what it was. We don't think that's actually a good thing these days, but to them back then, they had different beliefs. So when we're viewing it anthropologically, that's what we're doing. And, it's no different when we're talking about Jesus or when Ammon's talking about it or when anyone else is, It's just talking about history, facts, evidence, archaeology, genetics, and anthropology. Those are all things that are interconnected and relate to this. And the human slave trade is also part of that. And it's inherent with the earliest advances of civilization. It's not going to be something that develops later. It's going to happen as soon as civilization starts happening because we have these huge groups of people being gathered up in these places, being forced to be part of a civilization. So it's actually crazy when you think about it that way.
Yeah.
So I'll end it there.
Yeah, I had the privilege of talking about witchcraft at the Parliament of World Religions when it was in Melbourne. And it was all about the 7 biggest myths of witches, about witches. And I'd done this whole big thing about how witches do not sacrifice children. And then I threw it open to questions at the end. So the first question, I just wasn't prepared for it. Hand up. So you're saying witches don't sacrifice children? And I went, no, not if they're well behaved. Maybe maybe I shouldn't have said that, but anyway.
That's wild. So your little thing is just loading here. It's taking a second to open up. But we'll
Yeah, it's
get
not a
your
little, it's a big book, and
presentation.
we're just going to read a small section of it. But it's a book called Visions and Violence in the Pseudepigrapha, 2021, and it's written by three PhDs: Evans, Laporte, Sloan. It's an academic volume where they're discussing certain things. And I was just looking at it, and if you could start on the book page 37.
Okay, let me see here.
But this one's going over the Testament of Solomon, and actually Beelzebub is in this chapter as well, Snappy. And
Okay.
a lot of this has to go with the sexual pederastic slave nature. And just because the church says that they were against it and all this stuff, clearly it didn't just go away. And there were, in my opinion, after we read some of this context of what's going on here, it was alive and well, and there's probably people in the church literally practicing this. Why would I say that? Because they know all of this. Like, they know the sexual ritualistic magic when it comes to going in somebody's dreams to have sex with them and all this other stuff. Like, they know all of this in context. So obviously they had to learn it somehow. And this isn't just like magic to thwart that stuff. It's actually in the pseudepigrapha. So I'm going to start at, actually, if you wanted to read a paragraph,
Sure.
and then I'll read some. So if you
Sure.
want to start at the top of 37 where it says to summarize.
Sure. To summarize, while earlier Jewish and Christian texts are generally quite laconic regarding the relationship between demons and sexuality, by the 3rd century at least, some authors voiced a more developed understanding of evil spirits and demons as evokers of sexual sin. Texts like the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs and Justin's First Apology in particular emphasize the capability of demons to entice humans toward inordinate sexual behaviors through psychological manipulation. In addition, works such as the Acts of Thomas and the Gospel of Philip not only articulate a belief in the demonic as a source of both sexual danger and temptation, but also describe the demons as beings who can manifest themselves in various forms and appearances, including taking on human genders. Many of these later features appear in the Testament of Solomon and in the literature of the Egyptian monasticisms, to which we shall now turn.
Yeah, so we'll just stop
Thanks,
there and
Stevens.
talk about it. So there's a lot there.
Yeah, wild, right? God.
But so Justin and Martyr is talking about it, and it's in other pseudepigrapha texts, right? Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs. Justin writes about it in his own apology. It's in the Acts of Thomas, Gospel of Philip. But they're like, once we drill into this, and then this is more or less on the Testament of Solomon, which is, they say, between the 1st and 3rd century AD, CE,
Right.
is when that was written. So this gets into like detailing some of the actual demons, daemons that are in this text. And I didn't want to, I'm not going to read this word for word. I think people can read this. I want to kind of pick out some really big things that stand out. So I'm going to go to, let's see here. I think it's on, page 40.
Okay.
Without question, however, the most degenerate and disturbing feature of Oranius is his proclivity to take the form of a man. So Oranius is a demon, daemon, form of a man who lusts after the bodies of effeminate boys and subsequently causes them great pain when he engages them in intercourse. Besides striking a general terrifying image of demonic rape, Oranius, like Lecherous transformation, conveys a sense of anxiety similar to the expressed in monastic communities. Homosexual and pederastic sex was viewed as a threat to the celibacy of these communities, many of which were exclusively or predominantly male. So they're working in the dark arts into these like Christian arenas. They're telling
I've
them,
seen
I could just imagine
Ornius
it's
in
like
the Goetic texts. Yeah, that's gross.
it's like Oz, you know, the guy behind the curtain. Like, oh yeah, watch out for these crazy demons, and they're probably the ones doing it. You know?
Right, right. Oh, that's such a good point.
Mhm.
Oh
But there's
man.
on page 41, they actually bring up Beelzebub because they're bringing up other daemons as well. Like after subduing Beelzebub, the prince of demons, chapter 3, the next demon Solomon encounters spreads much of the same sexual danger as Arrhenius. In chapter 4, the daemon Anucleus appears to Solomon as a woman with an extravagantly beautiful form and a fairly bodily constitution, albeit donning a pair of donkey legs. What does that sound like?
Oh wow.
The
She's a satyr.
physical description. So it's like, very Hellenistic, type of imagery, right?
Yeah, female
Dionysian type of
satyr.
situation. Pan
That's so
looking, yeah.
wild. Oh man. This is an
Acting
interesting
as a
text.
demon that's going to basically rape you in your sleep. And then it
Right.
goes on to talk about how another one, beside on page 42, besides potential connotations of bestial coitus and procreation, the appearance of oncolytis also draws comparison to the succubus Ampusia. You know who that is, right?
Yeah.
Amposa, maybe I'm saying that wrong.
Impusa.
Infamous
Yeah.
for her seduction of young men and subsequent consumption of their blood and flesh.
Oh, that's
Oh
wild.
man.
Yeah, and Puss is related to Lilith, and of course the Lilitu of Sumerian demonology. You have various woman spirits who would come and eat children and cause abortions, or would cause wet dreams for young men. And
See, are
Puss is
they
one of them.
blaming women, or are the women actually doing that? That's what I'm wondering. I think they're just blaming them.
They're just blaming women. They're just blaming women, and they come up with these malevolent women spirits as the cause. I think.
Yeah,
What do you
it's
think,
a little
Jay?
bit like UFO. There's always this attractive UFO like alien that comes out and wants to anally probe them. So it's
Right.
never the unattractive ones that want to anally probe them. So
Oh God. But it's
yeah.
It's
so
just so
true,
weird
right?
that they're casually talking about like pederastic rape in their demon stuff. Like all the like that got scrubbed. I mean, I guess probably still some talk
Feminine
about it,
voice.
but like
So
I feel
the
like
pseudo
somewhere along the line that got scrubbed from their, context.
So the pseudepigrapha is several different books. So this is just quoting from different parts of the pseudepigrapha, taking that, like putting them all together.
No, this is actually literally in the Testament of Solomon
Oh, okay.
in that
Cool, cool.
particular book. Yeah.
And when
Okay.
is the Testament of Solomon dated to? Do we have any idea?
They
Yeah, is
say
it in the
between the
Old
first
Testament?
and third.
1st and 3rd century. Yeah,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, because I
Is this
know
apocryphal?
yeah. I will try and find, there is like later middle, to middle European texts that talk about how the love of the priests for each other is much more preferable than the love of a priest for a woman. And they actually consider it as a form of celibacy. So I'll try and
Yeah.
find those texts
We
and
we
send
see
it to you.
this in the knightly literature. So this is the accusation that they make, that this is one of the, when we look at the condemnation of the Templars, they're accused of brotherly love. And
Mm.
brotherly love was actually a well documented thing within the Templar and similar movements. There's this idea, if your brother is going to commit the sin of fornication with a woman, you
Mhm.
were obligated as a knight to provide them with the warmth of your thighs as an alternative. And even though this was considered a sin, it wasn't the mortal sin of laying with a woman and bearing bastard offspring. So there was all of this pressure upon these knights, especially squires, to engage in these forms of pederasty with their knights. And this is well documented in the romances, in the Crusader literature. And it's even used to condemn and kill the Templars at their trial.
Yeah.
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 So
Yeah, so-
it's creepy stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, they actually didn't use the word homosexuality, but they was celibacy. So it was like they considered them male to male sex as celibate, where sex with a woman was impure.
Right? It's a
So,
lesser sin. You're saving your brother from the mortal sin of fornication. You're only
mm.
engaging in the lesser sin of masturbation. That's what they would
So
view
this
it as, you
is
know?
interesting, yeah, because this predates that. So it's obviously a
Right.
change in the idea of celibacy from then to then. Yeah.
Right.
Mm.
I
Things are
think
wild.
all of this, what I look at it is they definitely knew about the sexual magic. And I
Yeah.
think that in this case, they're talking about it like from a demon standpoint, like to be cautious about it. But well, who's the one casting that magic, right?
Yeah.
Wild. Wild stuff. What a great source.
It's a really
Mm.
thick read. It's 280 pages. So yeah.
Crazy stuff. Anything else you wanted to share with us, or?
I had some that I think you're going to talk on, so I don't want to bring them all up, but I do have some, later sources, like we're talking 1800s. I think you have some, so I'm not going to steal your thunder there, but just to like, I guess, lead you into that a little bit. There's a guy named Alexander Kinglake. He wrote a book, Traces of Travel Brought Home from the East in 1844. He's got a chapter on Cairo and the plague. And in that chapter, he specifically talks about trying to recreate some of the magical ritual in the PGM in Egypt, and explicitly using boys and explicitly using 10-year-old boys. So
Oh
you
wow.
guys can go look that up. And I got 3 other ones where they're doing the same thing at different, like all in the 1800s with 10-year-old boys. I think that kind of is a good segue into where you're going with your stuff.
Right.
Mm.
I just got to use the restroom quickly. If you guys just want to chat for a couple minutes and then we can dive into my presentation. So sorry to the audience. I'll be right
I'll
back.
actually read a little section of the book.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right.
So
Thank you guys.
here,
Sounds good.
um, he's talking about basically getting his team to come up with the way that they're going to practice this ritual. Um, and part of the reason for him doing this is to see if it actually works or not. But he's talking about, so he goes through one boy and they're kind of describing what the boy looks like. And then they have him, hey, what does this person look like that you can't see? Describe what she looks like. So they're trying to have him prophesy a vision of this girl that they know, but he doesn't know. And he doesn't get it right. So then they go, 1 or 2 other boys were tried, but none could see truth. They were all made sadly bad shots. And then they kind of talk about maybe what they can try to do to get a better answer from the ritual itself. So they're going back and forth. Did we do something wrong? Were we not doing it correctly? Do we need anything different? So yeah, these texts are here also interpreting, a lot of the uncorrupted prepubescent stuff that you saw in the PGM, for example, those mediums as these younger boys, not 20 to 30-year-old. And my one contention was, I don't care if somebody has the opinion that the Neoniskos was 20 to 40, somewhere in there. I don't really care if that's what they want to say. Obviously, we know what the word says and yada, yada. But where is the ritual? If we're just speaking ritual, right? And we accept that Mark 14:51 and Mark 16:5, when the boy comes back, the Ninos come back in the tomb with a robe on. If we're assuming that's ritual and we agree with Goth and all Morton and all these other guys, then where is the ritual that demonstrates that exact shedding of the cloth for somebody that's between 20 and 40 years old? It's nowhere. So if we just use simple logic, it would have to be an uncorrupted boy, because that in every context, that's exactly what they were doing with that particular ritual of shedding the loincloth of the Sindon with an uncorrupt medium being used, not a 20 to 40-year-old, male man. So that was my one question, and Neil, I think it just went over his head maybe, or he didn't stop to think about it. But in order for me to accept somebody saying that the Niskos in that ritual context was 20 to 40, show me another example of that existing in antiquity, and you can't find it.
Yeah.
I've looked for it.
Yeah, the only one I can think of, and it's not antiquity, is Aleister Crowley's Paris working, where he had, what's the name of the guy that he was very famously in a homosexual relationship with? I can't think of his name, but yeah, he took a much younger student from university. It was about 20 years younger than him at the time, but he was still in his early 20s. But Crowley very much used to use young men and young women as his channel for spirit. So
Yeah, and I was
that's
speaking more like the ancient ritual, like the PGM,
Yeah.
the PDM. It's find me something there that would support your claim, or something in Greek, whatever, doesn't
Mhm.
matter. Find it and say, look, in
Mhm.
this ritual, they were using a 20-year-old to do this. Like, I look for them. There are rituals involving people between 20 and 40. None of
Yeah.
them are shedding a loincloth.
Mm. Mm. Yeah, there's all the stuff that John Dee and Edward Kelly did as well, because Edward Kelly was the medium for John Dee. And it did end up in a whole lot of sexual magic where they exchanged partners and all sorts of things. But Edward Kelly was much older, but Edward Kelly was a bit of a con man at the best of times. So, I mean, an angel magic turned out to be a straight cipher for Queen Elizabeth so that they could go around Europe gathering information on all the different royal houses she was lending her magician to. Then they'd send back angel ciphers to her and she'd find out all about the royal houses. So, yeah. So, but it was similar with the older man.
It's all
Snappy, you're on
connected
mute, I
with
think.
Yeah, it's all connected with espionage and MI6. Well, what became MI6, right, with John Dee and empire building magic. Dion and I did a
Mm.
whole deep dive into him, and
Mm.
he helped create the whole mythos of Victoria as victory, as this embodiment of the goddess of victory, DK. And right, he has this whole book where he even talks about, like, we're going to go, this is hundreds of years before any of colonization is happening in Europe proper. And he's talking about how we're going to go to these mysterious far off lands and we're going to bring them the gospel and steal the land and get all the resources for Queen and Empire. So the beginning of all of what becomes the British Empire really starts with John Dee in a lot of his cohorts, a lot of these nobility people who are invested. He wrote this book, it's called On Geography. It's a really wild read, but he's very much explicit about this. My angel magic and what I'm doing is for God and country. It's to acquire wealth and to dominate the new world and to ensure we do it before the other European powers do.
Mm.
You know?
Yeah.
Imperialism, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so much of this
there are
black magic is connected to imperialism, right? That Saturnian magic, it's about acquiring booty, whether people or assets, you know?
Mm.
But
So,
what were
I
you saying,
mean,
Siri?
no, just that, obviously these people were using, well, Aleister Crowley was using the Goetia, and I mean, John Dee was using Solomonic magic. So they were certainly basing their method upon what was said there, but they were using older mediums.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. There is
But
an
I mean,
older
Aleister,
tradition that those Christian magical traditions are coming out of, right?
yeah.
Both the Goetia, like we've discussed this at length. We've pointed out that all those Goetic demons, like you famously brought up, the one that is just Baal, or we've talked about Bune, who is actually just the Egyptian goddess of the snake, the Urias, right?
Mhm.
Like, so a lot of these Goetic demons have been Christianized and made demonic when they were the gods of the pagan tradition, you know?
Yeah. I wrote a book on demonology, and in that we
Mhm.
just go through history and have a look how each culture demonizes the gods of the previous cultures. So
Yeah, Wesker Do here pointed out the name for the muse of Crowley and his male partner. It was Victor Neuburg.
that's right,
Right.
Neuburg. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I actually
That was
met Neuburg's son once. He was, yeah. Yeah, very
Wow.
aware of what had happened, but it was like a big scandal in the family. They sort of kidnapped Neuberg and took him back. They felt like he'd been brainwashed, and the family took him back. So kept him away from Crowley. Crowley turned up on his door screaming, asking, demanding for him back again. And they had to keep them separated till he could get his head clear. Yeah.
I mean, Crowley, you know my feelings about Crowley. I'm a lot
Yeah,
more
I do.
negative of him than you are. We don't need to
No,
get
no,
into
he was manipulative. And there's no two
Right,
ways about that. And he was manipulating this young man. Yeah.
right. Dion was bringing up all this wild stuff. So Dion was reading his book Moonchild, where there's an analog for Joseph Smith, and he basically calls him the greatest occultist of all time. And he goes on this whole like sycophantic spree about how he wishes he could be Joseph Smith. So there's another slide for Crowley, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But the
Holy
Moonchild
shit, that's
ritual.
funny.
And the Moonchild ritual is what they did to, create Scientology and NASA.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so they ended
Parsons
up,
and L. Ron Hubbard, right? They all
yeah,
ripped it
yeah,
off from Crowley.
yeah. Well, they did the Moonchild ritual, and they were expecting a child, but instead they got NASA and they got Scientology. So that
Yep.
was their magical child.
Because they
So,
did it behind her back. This is what blows my mind is that they raped Marjorie Corman. They drugged
mhm,
her and had sex with her unwillingly, when she
mhm,
would have been willing had they just brought her into it. And
mm,
she wanted to have the homunculus. It's like it's all so ridiculous. Like these patriarchal asshole men are just so ridiculous. And
mhm,
the story ends with L. Ron Hubbard steals Parsons' girlfriend and $100,000 from him, which is a lot more than that now, if you adjust for inflation. And he steals one of his boats and takes
yeah,
off to
yacht.
Florida, right? A
Yeah.
yacht, takes off to
Mhm.
Florida. And then what does Parson do? He becomes an alcoholic and blows himself up,
Blows himself up.
making explosives for Hollywood. And in my
Yeah.
mind, I'm like, you tried to draw down Medea and you got blown up by Medea's fire. That's what happened,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Anyway,
yeah, really
whatever.
interesting. Yeah.
Wild
Wow.
stuff.
But
Go ahead.
that's a really interesting text. I'm going to have to go and look that up. That was great. So I was
Yeah, share
really
that in
enjoyed.
the Ammon
Yeah.
Discord, and we'll tag Shay so she can get
Yeah.
access.
Yeah. It'd be good.
But I want to show you guys for my presentation. What I wanted to do is I'm just going to show you guys some more wild magic. So I brought a bunch of different sources that we're going to look at. So the first source here is a really cool one. This is Reginald Scott's Discovery of Witchcraft, and Reginald Scott is a British Christian Protestant. He's writing in 1584, and this book is one of the most important grimoires on British pagan magic that we have. And because it comes from a Protestant source, it's a lot less polemic, and there's a lot more like they really give you the lowdown and dirty about what's going on with these outsider Christians and these pagans on the fringes. So he shows us in chapter 8, there's this really wild magical rite that we're going to read here. This is called an experiment of the dead. And this is going to get into the children oracles. So 1584 in England, right? Protestant era. Okay. So first fast and pray 3 days and abstain thee from all filthiness. Go to one that is new buried, such a one as killed himself or destroyed himself willfully. Or else get the promise of one that shall be hanged, and let him swear an oath to thee, after his body is dead, that his spirit shall come to thee and do thee true service, as thy commandments in all days, hours, and minutes. And let no person see thy doings but thy fellow. And about 11 o'clock in the night, go to the place where he was buried, and say with a bold faith and hearty desire to have the Spirit come that thou dost call for thy fellow, having a candle in his left hand and his right hand a crystal stone, and say these following: the Master, having a hazel wand in his right hand, and these names of God written upon: Tetragrammaton, Adonai, Agla, Kraton. Then strike 3 strokes on the ground and say, Arise, arise. I conjure thee, spirit, by the resurrection of our Lord Jesu Christ, that thou do obey to my words and come unto me this night verily and truly, as thou believest to be saved at the day of judgment. And I will swear to thee an oath by the peril of my soul, that if thou wilt come to me and appear to me this night and show me true visions in this crystal stone, and fetch me the fairy Sibylla, that I may take her visibly, and she may come before me as the conjuration leadeth. And in so doing, I will give thee an alms deed and pray for thee to my Lord God, whereby thou mayest be restored to thy salvation at the resurrection day, to be received as one of the elect of God to the everlasting glory. Amen. So he's doing this spell to call the Sibylla, right? Well, this is the Sibyl, the Greek oracle, the Sibyl, but he's equating this with the Gaelic Celtic fairy queen. So we're getting this syncretism of a couple different magical traditions here. This is Christian, this is Greek magic, and this is pagan fairy magic, all happening at the same time, right? The master standing at the head of the grave, his fellow having in his hands the candle and the stone, must begin the conjuration as follows. And the spirit will appear to you in the crystal stone in a fair form of a child of 12 years of age. And when he is in, feel the stone, and it will be hot. And fear nothing, for he or she will show many delusions to drive you from your work. Fear God, but fear him not. This is the constraint. This is to constrain him as follows. I conjure thee, spirit, by the living God, the true God, and by the holy God, and by their virtues and powers which have created both thee and me, and all the world, I conjure thee, by these holy names of God, Tetragrammaton, Adonai, Algrame, Sade, Sabaoth, Planaboth, Phaeton, Kraton, Numpmaton, Deus, Homo, Omnipotens, Sempiternus, Jesus, Terra, Unigenitus, Salvator, Via Vitae Manus Fons Origo Philos, and by their virtues and powers, and by their names, by the which God gave power to man, both to speak or think, so by their virtue and powers I conjure thee, spirit. Now that immediately thou do appear in the crystal stone, visibly to me and to my fellow, without any tarrying or deceit. I conjure thee by the excellent name of Jesus Christ, Alpha and Omega, first and the last. For this holy name of Jesus is above all names. For in the name of Jesus every knee doth bow and obey, both of heavenly things, earthly things, and infernal. And every tune doth confess that our Lord Jesus Christ is in the glory of the Father. Neither is there any other name given to man whereby he must be saved. Therefore, in the name of Jesus of Nazareth, and by the nativity, resurrection, and ascension, and by all that appeareth unto his passion, and by their virtue and powers, I conjure thee, spirit, that thou do appear visible to this crystal stone, to me and to my fellow. I conjure thee by the blood of the innocent Lamb Jesus Christ, which was shed for us upon the cross. For all those that do believe in the virtue of his blood shall be saved. I conjure by the virtue of the powers of all the real names and words of the living God of me pronounced, that thou be obedient unto me to my words rehearsed. If thou refused this to do, I by the Holy Trinity and their virtues and powers do condemn thee, spirit, into place where there is no hope of remedy or rest, but everlasting horror and pain their dwelling, and a place where is pain upon pain, daily horrible and lamentable, thy pain to be augmented as the stars in the heaven, and as the gravel or sand in the sea, except thou, spirit, do appear to me and to my fellow visibly immediately in this crystal stone, and in fair form and shape of a child of 12 years of age, and that thou alter not thy shape, I charge thee upon pain of everlasting condemnation. I conjure thee, spirit, by the golden girdle, which girdle the loins of our Lord Jesu. So thou, spirit, be thou bound into the perpetual pain of her fire, for thy disobedience and unreverent regard that thou hast to the holy names and words and his precepts. I conjure thee by the two-edged sword which John saw proceed out of the mouth of the Almighty. And so thou, spirit, be torn and cut in pieces with that sword, and to be condemned into everlasting pain, where the fire goeth not out, and where the worm dieth not. I conjure thee by the heavens, and by the celestial city of Jerusalem, and by the earth and the sea, and by all things contained in them, and by the virtue and powers. I conjure thee, spirit, by the obedience that thou dost owe unto the principal prince, and except thou, spirit, do come and appear in this crystal stone visibly in my presence immediately. Galati, as it is aforesaid, let the great curse of God, the anger of God, the shadow here immediate, as it is foresaid. Let the great curse of God, the anger of God, the shadow and darkness of death and eternal condemnation upon spirit forever and ever, because thou hast denied thy faith, thy healing and salvation. For thy great disobedience thou art worthy to be condemned. Therefore, let the divine Trinity, thrones, dominions, principats, potestates, virtues, cherubim, seraphim, and all the souls of saints, both men and women, condemn thee forever, and be a witness against thee at the day of judgment because of thy disobedience. And let all creatures of our Lord Jesus Christ say unto thee, fiat, fiat, fiat. Amen. Sorry, there's still more to this thing. It just goes on, but it's the point I wanted to show you guys was that he's conjuring the spirit of the fairy queen through Jesus and having them appear as a 12-year-old boy. Really, really kind of wild syncretic magic here, you know? What do you guys think of that spell?
They're using all the same names from the PGM. So
Yep.
Adonai, Sabaoth, and all that. That's directly from the PGM.
And
And they're saying
Jesu,
that,
right?
oh my God. Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
Jesus,
Yeah.
Jesu. What the heck?
Yeah. Yeah, so it does say the manner and customs of modern Egyptians. So,
Well, this
yeah.
is the
So
next
the
book I'm
Greek.
going to get into.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. Yeah. Well,
Mhm.
the Greek magical papyrus is Greek and Egyptian, so it's
Yeah,
together.
this one we were looking at is the discovery of
Discovery of
witchcraft. Sorry.
witches.
Yeah,
When
which
was
is
this
Reginald Scott.
published?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this was published in 1540,
Eh,
48. Yeah.
Wow, that one is explicit with the 12-year-old boy with Jesus, Adonai. It just sounds like it sounds just like a PGM ritual. And you
And the
even see like
Sybil,
it
the
uses the
oracular Sybil, right? And
Mhm.
conflating it with fairies. It just blew my mind. All of these traditions coming into one thing, you know?
Yeah.
well, and it's also using like I saw in that text, it was using that syllable N, like it was like,
Right.
and we do it in un. Like how are you supposed to pronounce that? But you see that in the PGM as well, that
Yeah,
exact same thing.
it's a stand-in for the name. You're supposed to insert the name of any spirit or person that you're
Oh,
conjuring. Anytime you see that N in the PGM, but the PGM is the first time we see that
okay.
used. So this is
Mm.
there's a clear textual lineage. The fact that they're doing that shows that, as you mentioned, that they're following the same formula as the PGM. N stands for the name of the spirit or person you're conjuring, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
but they're also explicitly using Adonai, which is right in the PGM, you know. So
Right?
there it is.
Jesu, Yahoo, all this stuff, right?
Yeah, and so they've
Except
incorporated
for
Jesus into the PGM tradition.
one thing, the
Mm.
PGM wasn't rediscovered in 1584.
No, it was much later. This is
Much
it, right,
later.
right.
That's
My
before
point is that
this.
this tradition is
Yeah.
continuing
Yeah.
independently of the PGM, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like
Absolutely.
they're reading more into it too. Like over time, they're reading more shit into it. Honestly, when you're reading that, you ever heard the Viking prayer? Lo there
Which
Yeah,
do
one?
I see my brother. Lo there
yeah,
do I see my father. You know, it sounded like that shit.
right, right, right.
That they were like working that style into it. But when you talk about the age, like for me, like specifically Greek, Aristophanes talks about the ritual. So
Aristophanes, yeah.
in Aristophanes, yeah. He says, line, what is it, 770, all you fellow citizens will start to give the city good advice, and rightly, since it raised us splendidly, so we lived very well. At 7-year-old, I carried sacred vessels, and at 10, I pounded the barley for Athena's shrine. Later, as a bearer, I shed my yellow dress for the rites of Baranian Artemis, for Artemis. So she's shedding her dress, right? Which is very similar to a Sindone in that context.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Mm.
Right. And there's so many interesting things. Like
But
we
then,
saw Jesus wearing the girdle too of Medea. Like, why is he wearing the girdle? You know?
The golden girdle. Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
But again, we come back to that magical age, that prepubescent age of about 12. You know, just where
Right.
things start to go crazy. It's so well documented. Like even in these studies by modern scientists, they reckon there's about 1,000 female poltergeists, and a poltergeist is simply things that happen spontaneously around a focused child. They reckon there's 1,000 females to every male, but when it happens in a male, it's stronger in the male. So, yeah, it's one of those things that they do look for the male child, and we see that like even in modern mythology with the Dune trilogy, where they're waiting for
Right.
the special like the witches always, they can develop these abilities, but if you can develop these abilities in the male, then it's going to be something special, especially when you look into the future. You can look places where women can't. So that, you know, right at that time where he wrote that was where most of these studies were being done in the early 70s. So yeah, it's very interesting how they're focusing on this male child around 12 years of age. Yeah. And
Yeah, it's
children,
wild
like
stuff.
boys at 12 are a little bit smaller than women at 12. Like girls have that growth spurt and they get a little bit bigger. So they can appear smaller as well. So yeah,
Well,
but
and
that's
boys
that's that.
achieve puberty far later generally, right? Where some girls can hit puberty as young as 7 or 8, where
Mm,
boys, are usually not hitting it until 10 or 12, right?
mm, mm, mm,
So it's
Which
mm,
I still
interesting
find it
too.
hard to believe that Jesus is beloved, where he's holding him on his lap and like
mm,
his head is on his chest, even though he's sitting on his lap at the same time. That's not a
mm,
12-year-old. That's just, I
mm.
have kids. That's not a 12-year-old kid. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
younger than 12-year-old kid.
yeah.
Right,
My
right. It's
adopted mum
crazy.
was 4 foot 9.5. Right, she really had little Napoleon complex. And I went at 12 from being able to put my head on her shoulder. And then by the end of just before I was 13, she could put her head on my shoulder. It's how much the
Wow.
hormones kick in and make you grow. So,
It's wild.
yeah. So,
But
yeah.
But this one you guys are going to really appreciate. This is an interesting one. This is a more modern account of Egyptian magic. So this comes to us from 1890. It's written by a British aristocrat named Edward William Lane. And you had actually posted a bunch of secondary scholarship in the Discord, Tiger, which I thought was interesting, because I had just found this the other day and hadn't fully dug deep into it, but a lot of people have even written about this. So this is a well attested, and you found a guy who even tried to replicate it by finding another magician, so like this stuff was going on quite a bit in Cairo at the very least. So we're going to dive into this story here. I'm going to skip the first slide here, and we're just going to skip into the main story here about where does it start here? Okay. Well, we'll just read it all. It's a cool little story. You guys will get a kick out of this. So it
Mhm.
says, a curious case of magic fell under the cognizance of the government during my former visit to this country, Egypt, and became a subject of general talk and wonder throughout the metropolis. I shall give the story of this occurrence precisely as it was related to me by several persons in Cairo, without curtailing it of any of the exaggerations with which they embellished it. not only because I am ignorant of how far it is true, but because I would show how great a degree of faith the Egyptians in general place in magic or enchantment. Mustafa Ed Digwi, chief secretary in Qadi's court in this city, was dismissed from his office and succeeded by another person of the name of Mustafa, who had been a Serafi or money changer. The former sent a petition to Basha begging to be reinstated, but before he received an answer, he was attacked by severe illness, which he believed to be the effect of enchantment. He persuaded himself that Mustafa, the Serafi, had employed a magician to write a spell which had caused him to die, and therefore sent a second time to the Basha, charging the new secretary with this crime. The accused was brought before the Basha, confessed that he had done so, and named the magician whom he had employed. The latter was arrested, and not being able to deny the charge brought against him, was thrown in prison, there to remain until it should be seen whether or not Ed Digwi would die. He was locked up in a small cell, and two soldiers were placed at the door, that one of them might keep watch while the other slept. Now for the marvelous part of the story. At night, after one of the guards had fallen asleep, the other heard a strange murmuring noise, and looking through the crack of the door of the cell, saw the magician sitting in the middle of the floor, muttering some words which he, the guard, could not understand. Presently, the candle which was before him became extinguished, and at the same instant, four other candles appeared, one in each corner of the cell. The magician then rose, and standing on one side of the cell, knocked his forehead 3 times against the wall. Each time that he did so, the wall opened, and a man appeared to come from it. After the magician had conversed some minutes with the three personages whom he thus produced, they disappeared, as did also the four candles, and the candle that was in the midst of the cell became lighted again. As at first, the magician then resumed his position on the floor, and all was quiet. Thus the spell was to have killed Edigwi was resolved. Early the next morning, the invalid felt himself so much better that he called for a basin and ewer, performed the ablution, and said his prayers. And from that time, he rapidly recovered. He was restored to his former office, and the magician was banished from Egypt. Another enchanter, or Sahar, was banished a few days after for writing a charm which caused a Muslim girl to be afflicted with an irresistible love for a Copt Christian. A few days later, after my first arrival in this country, my curiosity was excited on the subject of magic by a circumstance related to me by Mr. Salt, our consul general. Having had reason to believe that one of his servants was a thief from the fact of several articles of property having been stolen from his house, he sent for a celebrated Maghrebi magician with the view of intimidating them and causing the guilty one, if any of them were guilty, to confess his crime. The magician came and said that he would cause the exact image of the person who had committed the thefts to appear to any youth not arrived at the age of puberty, and desired the master of the house to call in any boy whom he might choose. As several boys were then employed in the garden adjacent to the house, one of them was called for this purpose. In the palm of the boy's right hand, the magician drew with a pen a certain diagram, in the center of which he poured a little ink. Into this ink he desired the boy steadfastly to look. He then burned some incense and several bits of paper inscribed with charms, and at the same time called for various objects to appear in the ink. The boy declared that he saw all these objects, and at last of all, the image of the guilty person. He described his stature, countenance, and dress, said that he knew him, and directly ran down into the garden, apprehended one of the laborers, who, when brought before the master, immediately confessed that he was the thief. The above relation made me desirous of witnessing a similar performance during my first visit to the country, but not being acquainted with the name of the magician here alluded to or his place of abode, I was unable to obtain any tidings of him. I learned, however, soon after my return to England, that he had become known to late travelers in Egypt, was residing in Cairo, and that he was called Sheikh Abdi el Kadir el Maghrebi. A few weeks after my second arrival in Egypt, my neighbor Osman, interpreter of the British consulate, brought him to me, and I fixed a day for his visiting me, to give me a proof of the skill for which he is so famed. He came at the time appointed about 2 hours before noon, but seemed uneasy, frequently looking up at the sky through the window, and remarked that the weather was unpropitious. It was dull and cloudy, and the wind was boisterous. The experiment was performed with 3 boys, one after another. With the first, it was partly successful, but with the others, it completely failed. The magician said that he could do nothing more that day, and that he would come in the evening of a subsequent day. He kept his appointment and admitted that the time was favorable. While waiting for my neighbor before mentioned to come and witness the performances, we took pipes and coffee, and the magician chatted with me on indifferent subjects. He is a fine, tall, and stout man of a rather fair complexion, with a dark brown beard, is shabbily dressed, and generally wears a large green turban, being a descendant of the Prophet. In his conversation, he is affable and unaffected. He professed to me that his wonders were effected by the agency of good spirits. But to others, he has said the reverse, that his magic is satanic. And preparing for the experiment of the magic mirror of ink, which, like some other performances of a similar nature, is here termed Darb el Mendel, the magician first asked me for a reed pen and ink, a piece of paper, and a pair of scissors, and having cut off a narrow strip of paper, wrote upon it certain forms of invocation, together with another charm by which he professes to accomplish the object of the experiment. He did not attempt to conceal these, and on my asking him to give me copies of them, he readily consented, immediately wrote them for me, explaining to me at the same time that the object he had in view was accomplished through the influence of the first 2 words, Tarshun and Tarishun, which he said were the names of 2 genii, his familiar spirits. I compared the copies with the originals and found that they exactly agreed. Facsimiles of them are here inserted with a translation. The magic invocation and charm. Tarshun, Tarishun, come down, be present, whither are gone the princes of his troops. Where are El Amar, the princes of his troops? Be present, ye servants of these names. And this is the removal, and we have removed thee thy veil, and thy sight today is piercing. Correct, correct. Having written these, the magician cut off the paper containing the forms of invocation from that upon which the other charm was written, and cut off the former into 6 strips. He then explained to me that the object of the latter charm, which contains part of the 21st verse of the Surat Kaf, or 50th chapter of the Quran, was to open the boy's eyes in a supernatural manner, to make his sight pierce into what is to us the invisible world. Here's the magic square of ink. I had prepared, by the magician's direction, some frankincense and coriander seeds in a chafing dish with some live charcoal in it. These were now brought into the room, together with the boy who was to be employed. He had been called in by my desire from among some boys in the street, returning from a manufactory, and was about 8 or 9 years of age. In reply to my inquiry respecting the description of persons who could see in the magic mirror of ink, the magician said that there were a boy not arrived at puberty, a virgin, a black female slave, and a pregnant woman. The chasing diff was brought before him, and the boy in the latter was placed on a seat. The magician now desired my servant to put some frankincense and coriander seed into the chafing dish. Then, taking hold of the boy's right hand, he drew in the palm of it a magic square, of which a copy is here given. The figures which it contains are Arabic numerals. In the center, he poured a little ink and desired the boy to look into it and tell him if he could see his face reflected in it. The boy replied that he saw his face clearly. The magician, holding the boy's hand all the while, told him to continue looking intently into the ink and not to raise his head. He then took one of the little strips of paper inscribed with forms of invocation and dropped it into the chafing dish. Upon the burning coals and perfumes which had already filled the room with their smoke. And as he did this, he commenced an indistinct muttering of words, which he continued during the whole process, excepting when he had to ask the boy a question or to tell him what he was to say. The piece of paper containing the words of the Quran he placed inside the forepart of the boy's taquilla or skull cap. He then asked him if he saw anything in the ink, and he answered no. But about a minute after, the boy, trembling and seeming much frightened, said, I see a man sweeping the ground. When he has done sweeping, said the magician, tell me. Presently, said the boy. He has done. The magician then again interrupted his muttering to ask the boy if he knew what a bayrak or flag was, and being answered yes, desired him to say, bring a flag. The boy did so, and soon said he another flag, which he did, and soon after he said that he saw another brought, and that it was black. In like manner, he was told to call for a third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh, which he described as being successfully brought before him, specifying their color as white, green, black, red, and blue. The magician then asked him, as he did also each time that a new flag was described as being brought, how many flags have you now before you? 7, answered the boy. While he was going on, the magician put the second third of the small strips of paper upon which the forms of invocation were written into the chafing dish, and fresh frankincense and coriander seed having been repeatedly added, the fumes became painful to the eyes. When the boy had described the 7 flags as appearing to him, he was desired to say, bring the Sultan's tent and pitch it. This he did, and in about a minute after he said, some men have brought the tent, a large green tent. They are pitching it. And presently he added, they have set it up. Now, said the magician, order the soldiers to come in and to pitch their camp around the tent of the Sultan. The boy did as he was desired and immediately said, I see a great many soldiers with their tents. They have pitched their tents. He was then told to order that the soldiers should be drawn up in ranks, and having done so, he presently said that he saw them arranged. The magician had put the fourth of the little strip of paper into the chafing dish. Soon after he did the same with the 5th. Now he said, tell some of the people to bring a bowl. The boy gave the order required and said, I see a bowl, it is red. 4 men are dragging it along and they are beating it. He was told to desire them to kill it and cut it up and to put meat into saucepans and cook it. He did as he was directed and described these operations as apparently performed before his eyes. Tell the soldiers, said the magicians, to eat it. The boy did so and said they are eating it. They have done and are washing their hands. The magician then told him to call the Sultan, and the boy, having done this, said, I see the Sultan riding to his tent in a bay horse, and he has on his head a high red cap. He has alighted at his tent and sat down within it. Desire them to bring coffee to the Sultan, said the magician, and to form the court. These orders were given by the boy, and he said that he saw them performed. The magician had put the last of the 6 little strips of paper in the chafing dish. In his mutterings, I distinguished nothing but the words of the written invocation, frequently repeated, excepting on 2 or 3 occasions when I heard him say, if they demand information, inform them, and be ye voracious. But much that he repeated was inaudible, and as I did not ask him to teach me his art, I do not pretend to assert that I am fully acquainted with his invocations. He now addressed himself to me and asked, sorry, there's a little more going here, but we can see that there's this, it's a pretty wild ritual, right? That they actually got this guy to take this boy, to fumigate him, and to try to make him see images in ink in his hand. And we had shown previous magical rites going all the way back to the PGM where they were doing this magic. So there's a direct continuation, right, from the PGM in the 2nd century all the way to 1890 in modern, like basically pre-modern Egypt. What do you guys think about all that?
Yeah, like listening to it, it almost sounded like he was hypnotizing the boy, putting him in an altered state of consciousness where he could, just project. It wasn't even just a vision. He was projecting
giving him
himself.
suggestion.
Yeah, he was projecting himself there to interact with them. So, whether that was physically or, on a subconscious level, he was suggesting to them. But it sounded like he was projected to where the soldiers were. So, yeah, right. But it sounded like a form. It sounded like a form of hypnosis almost. Yeah.
Absolutely. But just like in the PGM and the PDM rites, we see the boy seated upon a throne, the being fumigated with smoke, and the
Mhm,
gazing into a liquid or fire in order to see the visions, and the
mhm.
suggestions by the priest. We see the chanting of barbarous words, right? Everything is there. It's just now we're invoking Allah, right?
Mhm.
The
There's
ages are there
a
too.
book.
Right.
There's a book called the Shams. Forget it, or Shams al Lambs, I think it is. But it's a book of Islamic magic, where you do all of these spells using the magic squares and the names of Allah. It's actually, if you say that to an Islamic person, half of them love it, half of them are terrified by that book. I was looking for it before. I do have a copy of it somewhere. But there's only so much of it that's translated into English. It's not all translated into English yet. But the
Right.
Shams is, yeah, it's a very well respected and feared book of Islamic magic. And if you get the magic squares right and you say the right names of Allah, you can basically ask for anything, even the death of your enemy. That's why people fear it. Yeah.
Did you know the
Yeah.
what is one of the hadiths? I'd have to go on one of my papers to find the actual quote for it, but one of the hadiths they talk about doing for 40 days, 40 nights straight, uh, fumigating Syrian rue,
Oh
and
my goodness.
so and even so particular that they say 4.25 grams of it
Oh,
Mm,
wow.
a day for 40 days will impart wisdom on man. Uh, so yeah, it's there. I mean, it's for
I've
people,
heard of
this
that,
is
consuming it for 40 days.
yeah. I mean, we had it. I mean, so it is an MAO uh uh MAOI. It's an inhibitor in your body. Your body produces MAO, but MAO will break down DMT rather quickly. So you
mm,
want this MAOI so it doesn't break down DMT or anything else you're doing, but MAOI on its own can also be a hallucinogen. And Syrian rue is definitely one of those. You can totally trip on just Syrian rue. We also found archaeological evidence at Petra in the tomb, in the entryway of the door. They found a bunch of seeds and they're now analyzing it with GCMS, but they do believe right now that it is Syrian rue. So it's a lot more
mm,
widespread than people think. We also found it in fumigation vessels as well, that they were
mm,
definitely just like the Scythians were fumigating weed. They in the Middle East were definitely fumigating Syrian. It was everywhere. Um,
Right.
it's in artwork. Some of these scrying things and looking at oils and inks and stuff like that. Snappy. A lot of times, when you think about the hallucinogenic state, there's something called form constants, and form constants came out of like LSD was legal in the 60s and 70s for like 16 years, and then they made it
Right.
illegal.
yeah.
In those 16 years, they have really good research on what they call form constants on geometric patterns. Some of them look like the Greca that comes out of the Greek. You have different striation patterns, things like that, that
You
just
see
seem to be
this all over
fundamentally
the Islamic art, right? Like they
all
get
over it.
so
Yeah.
into the geometric mathematics, like it's wild.
So if you're fuming, and I've fumigated frankincense and myrrh myself, and I make tinctures of it, but like they even talk about, like Paul talks about building tents and using like four different skins to do that. Imagine having like you're just sitting in a small tent fumigating that stuff all day long, and literally in Jeremiah it tells them the recipe and to do it literally nonstop, 24 hours a day at the temple. So like if you're sitting in that, and I've sat in that before, it's like it's the opposite of weed. If weed is like makes you like focus on all the little tiny things of something, all the little tidbits, this is like more like it mind expansive, and
Right.
it makes you think more like expansive thoughts. And it doesn't last as long, but if you're sitting there breathing that in all day long, you're gonna have definitely some of these type of, thoughts. You're probably gonna want to learn how to write so you can write some of these
Mm,
thoughts down. And if you're adding other things to it, you're probably going to have some visual effects. So none of this is like abnormal to a regular, psychedelic experience.
Right.
So I think it's
Well,
all there, and that's the one thing that
so
really hasn't changed. Like the rituals might change a little bit, but like the actual experience seems to be
yeah.
very similar.
So Tiger, can I ask when you're talking about having fumigated, are you saying you have fumigated with Syrian rue?
Not with Syrian rue. I have done
Yeah.
it with frankincense and myrrh
Yeah.
because I
Okay,
think
I'll tell you.
this. Go ahead.
I'll tell you my experience with Syrian rue, and where things will like the psychedelic patterns that you see. I didn't get any of the psychedelic patterns with Syrian rue. Honestly, it was just like somebody put a curtain up, and all of a sudden there's spirit beings there. It was just like, oh, you're there, and you're there, and it's interesting because these are beings that are spoken about in other things. And there was, to start off with, there was a little blue man. I was expecting to see all these big, like beings that they usually see in an ayahuasca ritual, but even though it was the Syrian rue instead. And there was a little blue man and a little pink man. And the blue man did all the talking. Right. And I didn't have nausea, but he was just telling me about things very straightforward. And he kept pestering me with a question. Like I sat up and I was just talking to him. And I could see everybody else in the room. I could talk to everybody else. I wasn't out of it. I felt very sane and clear and very sober, except there was two spirit beings they looked almost solid sitting beside me. And he kept saying, there's a question you want to ask. And I went, oh, well, just general, He's going, no. He said, you've got one burning question. Just ask the question. Have you got the courage to ask the question? Ask the question. And I was like, okay. And he just pushed me to the point where I just was like, I just broken up in a relationship. And I was like, okay, all right, will I ever be loved? And he was like, thank goodness you're honest with yourself. Have a look at this. And then when he said that, he showed me a vision. And the vision was the face of the man that I'm now with that I met 1 month later.
Cool.
And the vision happened like that. And then it was back to the real room. And then they were gone. But I didn't feel out of it. I didn't feel unsteady on my feet. I took the Syrian rule. I went to sleep and then I sat up and I was looking around the room and then they were just there. And I was talking to the other people in the room. There were no psychedelics. There were no lights or anything. It was completely different to anything else I've ever done. It was
You made a tea out of it or you fumigated it?
It was tea. It was brewed. It was brewed for days. Yeah. They brewed it with the acacia and brewed it for days.
To me, that's definitely a hallucination type situation, absent of the form constants. But form constants came out of LSD studies. But Syrian rue on its own. Now, if you add acacia to it and you add a little vinegar and you heat it up a little bit, you got ayahuasca. You got the Egyptian version of ayahuasca.
Yeah, it was much better. Like I've had ayahuasca before and after that. This is much like you get the psychedelics and the hallucination and things irritate you while you got the ayahuasca going. This was just clear. I was clear, but there was a little blue man and a pink man there with me.
That's nice.
All right. Well, we're going to continue here. I have a couple Greek asides, just to show you some. These are accusations. So a lot of the magic, the more extreme magic we get in polemics, so it's hard to say if this is actually being done, because like we've talked about, a lot of this comes out of satanic panic, and satanic panic is something that has happened at all times. So this first one I want to show is Horus's fifth epode. And this is an interesting one. It's called The Witches Mangling a Boy. Okay, so listen to this. But oh, by all the gods in heaven who rule the earth and human race, what means this tumult? And what the hideous looks of all these hags fixed upon me alone? I conjure thee by thy children, if invoked, Lucina was ever present at any real birth of thine. I conjure thee by this empty honor of my purple, by Jupiter, who must disapprove these proceedings. Why dost thou look at me as my stepmother, or as a wild beast stricken with a dart? While the boy made these complaints with a faltering voice, he stood with his bandages of distinction taken from him, a tender frame, such as might soften the impious breasts of the cruel Thracians. Candidia, having interwoven her hair and uncombed head with little vipers, orders wild fig trees torn up from graves, orders funeral cypresses and eggs be smeared with the gore of a loathsome toad, and feathers of nocturnal screech owls, and those herbs which Iolcus in Spain, fruitful in poisons, transmits, in bones snatched from the mouth of a hungry bitch, to be burned in Colchian flames. But Sagana, tucked up for expedition, sprinkling the waters of Avernus all over the house, bristles up with her rough hair like a sea urchin or a boar in the chase. Veia, deterred by no remorse of conscience, groaning with the toil, dug up the ground with the sharp spade, where the boy, fixed in, might long be tormented to death at the sight of food varied 2 or 3 times in a day, while he stood out with his face, just as much at body suspended by the chin, in swimming, project from the water that his parched marrow and dried liver might be a charm for love. When once the pupils of his eyes had wasted away, fixed on the forbidden food, both the idle Naples and every neighboring town believed that Folly of Arminium, a witch of masculine lust, was not absent. She, who with her Thessalian incantations forces the charmed stars and the moon from heaven, here fell the Candidia, gnawing her unpaired thumb with her livid teeth. What said she, or what did she not say? O ye faithful witnesses to my proceedings, Night and Diana, who presideth over silence, when the secret rites are celebrated. Now be present. Now turn your anger and power against the houses of our enemies, while the savage wild beasts lie hid in the woods, dissolved in sweet repose. Let the dogs of Sabura, which may be the matter of ridicule for everybody, bark at the aged profligate, be dabbled with ointment, such as my hands never made any more exquisite. What is the matter? Why are these compositions less efficacious than those of the barbarian Medea, by means of which she made her escape after having revenged herself on Jason's haughty mistress, the daughter of the mighty Creon, when the garment, a gift, was injected with venom, took off his new bride by its inflammatory power, and yet no herb nor root hidden in inaccessible places ever escaped my notice. Nevertheless, he sleeps in the perfumed bed of every harlot, from his forgetfulness of me. Aha, he walks, free from my power by the charms of some more knowing witch. Varus, O you that will shortly have much lament, you shall come back to me by means of unusual spells, nor shall you return to yourself by the power of Marcian enchantments. I will repair a stronger filter. I will pour in a stronger filter for you, disdainful as you are, and the heavens shall subside below the sea with the earth extended over it. Sooner than you shall not burn with love for me, in the same manner as this pitch burns in the city flames. As these words, the boy no longer attempted as before to move the impious hags by soothing expressions, but doubtful in what manner he should break silence, uttered Thestian imprecations. Potions, said he, have a great efficacy in confounding right and wrong, but are not able to invert the condition of human nature. I will persecute you with curses, and extricating detestation is not to be expiated by any victim. Moreover, when doomed to death, I shall have expired. I will attend you as a nocturnal fury and a ghost. I will attack your faces with my hooked talons, for such is the powers of those divinities, the manes, and brooding upon your restless breasts, I will deprive you of repose by terror. The mob from village to village, assaulting you on every side with stones, shall demolish you, filthy hags. Finally, the wolves and esquiline vultures, so scatter abroad your unburied limbs. Nor shall this spectacle escape the observation of my parents, who, alas, must survive me. So this is freaking a wild story. We see a boy abducted by witches who is buried and starved and then sacrificed and killed so that they can use his liver in a love potion. And then we have the spirit return to curse the witches. To curse the witches. And they're invoking Medea, right? So some real wild dark magic here, right? Burying a kid up to his head, starving him to death so that you can then use his liver and his organs. What do you make of that wildness?
Well, that's the daemon that comes from the person when they die. And there's a few
Right.
spells about using the daemon of the dead. Right. So it's not just the liver, they're also using his daemon, but they get more than what they bargained for. So the
Right. He comes
daemon
back to
comes back,
curse them.
curse them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's a few accounts where somebody's sister has died, and so they ask her to be their daemon and curse somebody for them. And there's a few accounts in Greek, yeah, and in Greek literature where that happens. So it's basically an account of, if you do something horrible and kill somebody, their spirit's going to come back and get you. They're going to haunt you, right, until they have their
Right.
revenge, right?
And you
Which
can
was
do
a
this
very,
love
very
magic,
strong
but
belief.
it comes at a cost, right? You're destroying a life to imprison another life, right? Like this magic may work, but it's dark and there's serious repercussions that will follow.
Yeah.
And they're always demonizing the feminine, like always trying to make Medea look bad, always trying to make feminine
That's good.
goddesses look bad as like some sort of child sacrifice deity, when they're using the boys for divination. And you don't hear anything about what they do with young girls, but you always hear what they do with young boys, because they're demonizing the feminine and saying that, she'll come to you in your dreams and give you misfortune and all this stuff.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah. Well, Medea's not really demonized in that. So she's sort of part of the revenge process. But what it does put me in mind of is like, maybe we should be doing an invocation to all the daemons of all the children that the church have killed to come back and take revenge on the church. Give
Right,
them
right.
give them the focus. You could use that invocation to the daemon and go, okay, daemons of the
The
children of the
manes,
dead. Yeah.
right? Specifically, they
Yeah.
become
Kill.
manes or cacodemons, right? These are the
Yeah.
words they use, which are the furious dead, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? The Lares
So,
are the ancestral spirits, and the daimones
mhm.
are your normal spirits, but the cacodemons and the manes, these are angry things, you know?
Yeah. There's a Greek magical papyrus spell for the daemon of the dead that I've used a lot, but particularly to invoke Hecate. And yeah, that could be possibly used for that purpose. So
Right,
yeah, could be something to direct that energy towards. Let
right,
them come back and have your revenge where you need to. Turn on the hands that have so victimized you. Yeah. So that.
right.
Yeah. So that's what I get from that. I don't get that it's a horrible, scary story. I mean, they thought um the women, the witches from Thessaly, they were scary anyway, right? And they
Yeah,
often
but they are using this, like this was used specifically to vilify specific people and
yeah,
practice this
that
one.
that's
But yeah,
yeah. So they thought they were scary anyway. So this is just like, well,
mhm,
even if they do scary stuff, there's revenge against them in the end. They'll be there. Greek myths are so much about, they don't leave it undone. They don't leave the moral undone. You do that, and then there is the action, the reaction, and the cost will get you.
mhm. Right, right. And
Yeah.
it's and no one's ever good or evil. It's always shades of gray, and
Mm,
everyone gets payment. DK comes for us all, right? But this
mm,
next
What's
one I want to show you guys is interesting. This comes from the writings of Cicero, and I just love Cicero. So when I saw this, it just shocked me. He's accusing This is his speech. Sorry, it's called In Vatinium. In Vatinium, and here he's
Oh,
just
sorry, that
accusing.
that last one was ancient though too, wasn't it? The last
Yeah,
one.
that was Horace's Fifth Ode.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Latin, ancient Latin literature. So this
Mhm.
is more Latin literature. This is from Cicero. And here he's rebuking a person who he's accusing of doing witchcraft.
Mhm.
And since all important things have their beginning with the immortal gods, I wish you to answer a few questions. You are in the habit of calling yourself a Pythagorean and of hiding your ferocious and barbarous manners behind the name of a profound scholar. Pray tell me, however, much you have engaged in unknown and mysterious rites. However accustomed you may be to evoke spirits from the underworld and to appease the infernal deities with the entrails of boys. What monstrous perversity, what madness led you to show contempt for the auspiciouses under which this city has been founded, upon which the whole state and its authority depend, and to declare to the Senate in the first days of your tribunate that the pronouncement of the augurs and the pretensions of their college would be no obstacle to your undertakings. So he's accusing him again of using the entrails of boys and committing his own auguries,
Mhm.
breaking against the auspiciousness of the augurs, right? Only the augurs were allowed to do the liver
Mhm.
rights and the organ rights. But now this guy's doing it with boys in the background, right? In
Mhm.
black magic. Wild
Yeah.
stuff.
Sorry, I'm just moving around, getting warmer.
Oh, no worries. So the
Yeah.
next one
Yeah,
I
that's
want to
the
show
dark
you.
arts. I got a question though, Snappy, because
Yeah.
some of these are like violent, aren't they? Like some of
Oh,
them
yeah.
are induced in invoking some violence. So it doesn't surprise me that they would, you know, move past that because they were like wanting to use a medium, and then in some cases saying we're not going to, and then some cases saying I'm going to be the medium.
Right. Yeah. It's it seems to be the thing is like they're utilizing the boy his body as this, like you're drawing the spirits into the boy and then you're reading you know you're like it's a sacrifice. It's there's a lot of weird stuff going on.
Well, they
I
treat
feel
the
like
child
they
almost as
didn't
like
get
an
what they
animal
wanted.
that like performs the task too. And you know, there's even like a modern boy slave trade going on in Afghanistan. Like there's
Right.
dancing boys that they sell in Afghanistan and other places in the Middle East. So, you know, like the monotheistic God, like whether it's Islam, Christianity, Judaism, is all about using boys for these rituals rather than girls, you know? So I
Right.
think it's also about demonizing the feminine and then fetishizing male hierarchy, patriarchy, and that's type of system because that's how it's been enabled to like you know, deify these youths and use them in rituals and stuff and
Mhm.
keep the women as slaves, you know,
Yeah.
and you know that's the common consensus
100%
for
agree. I think the woman would have been the antidote to all this bullshit.
yeah,
Right.
but when they're using slavery and enforcing it by the sword, you know, they're killing people. There's like not much you can do, you know. That's what's messed up. They're using the
Mhm.
political institutions with the military to basically enforce
Yeah.
that shit. It's terrible.
So, so when I know I mentioned Tibetan philosophy a lot, but what I found with the Greek magical papyrus, because so much of it was lost, is that by going to a living tradition, which was Tibetan shamanism, that I was able to connect a few dots. And what I hear here is again going back to Padmasambhava, where he actually goes around killing the boys, right, that show psychic ability in case they grow up one day to oppose Buddhism. But what they recommend for the young girls that show it is that you, if they especially have been taken in by other shamans to train them, you go and find them, you rape them until you've just about killed them so that you can absorb their energy. So where they're using the boys and killing them as magical tools, it's like with the women, there's a different end, where they get raped and absorbed. So yeah, I hear what you're saying, that it does appear to be just boys. And I think they're talking about boys in this tradition. And in Tibetan tradition, they mostly talk about the boys as well. But when they talk about the women, they tell the Tibetan monks that if they rape and kill the shamans, the female shamans that have magic, that they can then absorb their. So there is plenty of stories, especially in Greek literature, of bad things happening to girls and girls being sacrificed. But
Yeah, we
it's
see
for,
it far more in the Greek tradition, the use of the girls. It becomes the
yeah,
boy practice is something that is far more related with the Christian and Islamic
mm,
and Jewish traditions. Though
yeah,
you do even see in the early Christian traditions the use of the girls. And in the
yeah,
early, prior to the patriarchal overtaking of Judaism, you do see the Ashra cult. So there are women are always present. The other thing we got to remember is that a lot of the time the women are just whitewashed and
yeah.
spoken over, you
And
know.
different strokes for different purposes. Like they're using the boys for a purpose here, and they're using the girls for a different purpose. So yeah, it's different sacrifices for different reasons. Yeah.
Well,
So
and
usually,
I do think this does, especially in the Christian context, have a lot to do with this patriarchal thing and about removing the feminine. They don't want the feminine.
mhm,
We see that time and time again. And it's explicit with only like the boys are explicit within the Christian tradition, you know?
mhm,
So,
mhm,
but
I
it's
just see it
interesting.
as like a terrible evolution of what was a priestesshood of the original temples of Artemis and like the actual temples they had there and of Isis and Ishtar and all that. I feel like a lot of the later developments are an evolution of that and are highly deviant from what the original purpose of that sort of religious worship
Right.
was about. It became about prostitution and human trafficking more than it was about um, leaving incense or
Connecting
offerings.
to the goddess, right? Yeah. No, that's very true. They saw the power and they usurped it and twisted it to their own ends. Like we
mhm,
always got to remember that these Aphrodite temples, these, mother goddess temples were always the most powerful and rich in the pre-agricultural world. And then they
mhm,
evolve, right, into the patriarchal religious systems that we see. They're built on them. They're not abandoning them, right?
mhm,
This next one, though, you guys are going to get a kick out of. I showed you a couple rights from this particular text last time, but I wanted to come back
mhm,
to it because it was such a good one. This is Forbidden Rites, also known as the Munich Manual of Demonic Magic, the Liber Incantationum.
mhm,
This is, sometimes called CLM 849. This is a 15th century German grimoire, anonymously written, was hidden, discovered, and translated. You can find the entire text available for free online. It's a wild grimoire. So we're going to dive into some of the spells in this. But yeah, similar composition to the discovery of witchcraft, but this is a German text and seems to be from a more Catholic perspective, whereas the other text was a English British text from a
mhm,
Protestant perspective. So
mhm.
this first spell here we're going to look at is called For Learning About Any Uncertain Thing by Gazing into a Crystal. Okay, so we just have the Latin and then on the bottom, the English. If you wish to know about any matter of which you are in doubt, take a virgin boy and a crystal, which you wash with wine. Then write on it with oil these names: Han, Heli, Sabaoth, Adonai, Hel, Heli, Elohim, Sother, Emmanuel, Alpha, and O, and say, O you most holy names, I ask that you send me 2 or 3 angels into this crystal who may tell me the truth about the things I shall ask. And I ask you, angels, that you tell me the truth, that I shall inquire of you. First, let the boy say this: I conjure you in the name of Dion and of the gods Igarius and Semisane, and on behalf of my master, that you come into this crystal so that I may see you openly. The names are repeated until they come. When they come, the boy conjures them 3 times. And when they sit down on golden seats, the boy says, I conjure you in the name of Besabes, and hint and Sarum and Salaboni and Lethem, that you do not depart from this crystal without the license of my master who is present here. Note that the boy is the speaking ritualist. The spirits sit enthroned in the stone before his eyes, and only he binds and licenses them. So what do you guys think of this one? Again, we're seeing this explicit rite where the boy is the medium for the demonic visions, and then he's relaying this to the master wizard who's writing it down as a scribe.
Yeah.
Like that text we were looking at earlier, they're also using stones, looking through the stones to discover meaning, and they're using the boys as the medium for that.
Right? It's always scrying, either through smoke or through water or through flame or through crystal. Yeah. But you need something upon which the vision to appear.
And the first thing that always appears when you have somebody who's manifesting poltergeist activity around themselves through the focus agent, first thing that happens around the focus agent usually is some sort of spirit communication. So they're taking, I think, somebody at that stage, at that age where they're getting spontaneous spirit communication. This veil is blasted open and they're seeing and interacting with spirits anyway. So let's sit him down, put him into a trance and tell him that we want him to do this. Yeah.
Right.
And invoke this spirit, not just his dead grandfather, Yeah.
Right. We're seeing this I just really wanted to show you how widespread the pattern is and how crazy it is, So we saw the same thing happen in England. We saw the same thing happen in Germany. Now we're going to go to, this is a 14th century grimoire that comes, so this is 100 years previous to these other two. And this comes to us from Byzantine Greece. And this is called the Magical Treatise of Solomon, or the Hygromanteia. And this one is in a lot more in a fragmentary nature, like this text was largely destroyed and is being reassembled. So I took some of the reassembled spells that were discussed in the book and we can talk about them. So this is
that's not what Tiger Shark was quoting from before, is it?
The Hygromanteia? I'm not sure. We'll have to ask Tiger Shark when he comes back. It was?
I was a Testament of Solomon.
Yeah.
Oh, this isn't
This
the
is
Testament. This is this is earlier. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
This is the Treatise of Solomon.
Okay.
All these Solomonic texts have such similar names; they're hard to differentiate.
Yeah.
So this is called the bottle divination, Lekanomanteia. This method is preserved, so they have all these various scrolls that like the Greek magical papyri, right? It only survived in fragmentary pieces. So it says, this method is preserved in A, B, and partially in H and B2. A virgin child is also needed for this operation. The magister takes smudge from the bottom of a frying pan, mixes it with olive oil, and makes an ink, with which he draws certain characters on the child's palm. Then the incenses are burned, coriander and nigella, and a conjuration is recited in order for the spirits to appear. Although the operation is named Lecomanteia, that is to say basin divination, it has nothing to do with the basin, since the spirits appear in a bottle. This operation should not be confused with either the copper bowl divination that is improperly named Lecomanteia, or with the unique operations that appear in N or G. So again, we see a boy conjuring visions into an object, right? This is called, spirit imprisoning in a bottle, the Gasteronomanteia. This method exists in H, A, and P2. H and P2 do not give a name to this operation. In H, the purpose of this operation is the exorcism of a possessing demon and its subsequent imprisonment. A and P2, on the other hand, use the same procedure to imprison a human spirit that haunts a treasure. Gasteronomanteia literally means bottle divination, but it is obvious that in this context, no divination is really meant. A new bottle is placed upon a table with a new tablecloth. 4 candles are lit and incense is burned, namely clove, musk, and galbanum. The version A adds frankincense as well. The conjuration recited afterward aims to imprison the spirit or demon in the bottle. When the virgin boy who attends the ceremony sees the spirit in the bottle, the magister seals it with wax, whereupon a magic seal is engraved. So this is how you imprison a genie in a bottle,
Mm.
right? This is, you get the boy to see the spirit, and then the magister comes and seals it with a wax top. And that's how you know that the demon is in there. And then you can force it and bind it to your will, right?
Mhm.
Wild.
Yeah.
So we got
Yeah.
we just got a couple more here, and then we're going to wind down. So this is the water pot divination, Epibactromantea. This method appears in HAG, P4, and B. The conjuration alone can also be found in B3. It must be noted that both A and B cite two somewhat different versions of this method. The water pot must be new and filled with spring water. During the magister's return from the spring with the water pot filled, he must not look behind him or speak with anyone. Then he traces a magical circle with the knife of the art and repeats certain nomina barbara in the virgin boy's ear. So again, you have the barbarous words. Then follows a conjuration to the demons, at the end of which the magister asks the boy if he sees the spirits in the water pot. If yes, the magister asks them to prepare a meal for their king, and then he recites a second conjuration, asking them to vow in the name of their chiefs. After a vow, a third conjuration follows, depending on what the magister wishes to know. There are different conjurations for the recognition of a thief, for learning the future, for news about emigrants, for locating treasures, and for learning somebody's secrets. Finally, the magister banishes the spirits by means of another conjuration. Greenfield notes that 3 out of the 5 chief demons, namely Babette, Balthasar, and Beelzebul, can be also found in the short list of the planetary demons of the treatise as demons of Friday and Saturday. The name of the vessel, the Pinbactorion, the Pinbatarin, and Bartarin, is unknown from any other sources. It seems that the word was originally epibactron, derived from bactron, stick, and the preposition epi, upon. The epibactron then may be a water pot hanging on the end of a yoke or a beam. The use of the unspoken water, the spring water which is carried without the bearer speaking, is a common tradition in Greece. It is usually connected with the Kladona, the divinatory ceremony that takes place on St. John's Day, but it also has healing properties. It seems that originally people would not speak in order to not disturb the fairy of the spring or well. Interestingly, similar traditions survive in Scotland. And again, we see this fairy connection with the nymphs and the water spirits that we saw with the discovery of witchcraft, too.
Mhm.
All right. And so this is the last one I got for you guys. The water divination, the hygromantea. This method exists in P, B2, and V, while its last parts appear also in M. The title, the hygromantea, appears in P only. Codex 5 has the title water pot, and B2 leaves the operation untitled. The diviner has to trace the first magical circle by means of the black-handled knife. The circle has the form of a square within a circle. A new bottle has to be filled with unspoken water and placed upon a stone. A silver coin, a piece of vine wood, and a magnet must also be placed in the bottle. A virgin child kneels and stares toward the bottle while the diviner recites various nomina barbara and a conjuration. When the boy sees a spirit, the diviner conjures it in order for it to bring other spirits as well. And when this is done, they are all conjured to bring their sacred book. When the book is brought, they are conjured again to take a vow on this book. After this, the diviner can ask about a thief. The spirits bring his image in the bottle and reveal his name. The operation closes with a license to depart. So that's my presentation. Those are the spells that I found. I still got a bunch more, but I thought we have to end there. Otherwise, we'd go all night.
Yeah.
That was
So
in a
that's
Solomonic
nearly.
grimoire.
Yeah, the Treatise of Solomon, a Byzantine
Yeah.
work from the 14th
Wow,
century.
Yeah.
that is
So that's
dirty
been.
stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
What were you saying, Shay? Sorry.
Nearly 4 hours we've done.
Yeah, right. 4
Yeah.
hours. It's been a
Yeah.
wild presentation. What do you
Yeah.
guys have to think? What do you think about all of this magic involving children and
Yeah.
divination and that we see continuing across this tradition?
Well, I see it as children being inherently magical, especially when they reach a particular age. And like anything, it can either be fostered or abused. Right? It's either used, abused, or killed and squashed. Right? And I think that the church has been very, very guilty of killing and squashing and using and abusing it. So, and there's obviously been magical traditions that we've looked at that have seen it and preyed upon it as well. Yeah. But yeah,
Well, this
so
is
there's
we're gonna do next week, or not next week, but our next episode. We may have to wait a couple weeks, but Leslie has a presentation. She was unable to join us this time because it was a bit too late, but she's going to show us alternatives, how you celebrate children and how you celebrate these psychical abilities and welcome them and utilize them as part of community and a part of youthful initiation, something that we're solely missing in our modern society, you know.
yeah.
So that'll be a
Yeah.
good palate cleanser, and we'll also show people that, you know, there are alternatives to this stuff. Like, we're pointing out what's ugly in the world, but that doesn't mean there isn't beauty and goodness there too, you know.
No, I've been,
Yeah, I think
like I
the
said,
key is animals and stuff, like exposing and teaching lessons through what's actually there on the planet, you know. Like,
Right.
as hippie as that sounds, but you know, I
Hey,
think
sometimes
something
the
we can
hippies
all
are
learn
right.
from it is just that, you know, what we can learn from the mistakes of the past, we can prevent in the future by just letting the dust settle and having an honest conversation about it, you know, and
that's right.
not having to beat around the bush about why people are using religious practices like that to justify things like trafficking children, especially boys, males, female. It doesn't matter. It needs to stop, you know. And, you know, I think everyone has inherent magical abilities or whatever you want to call it. You know, it's the sensitivity of someone's mind. I don't think it's limited to any one person or thing. You know, animals are also psychic too. So, um,
Absolutely.
the way the world operates is psychic. It's based on intuition and the things that we can't predict. So, you know, celebrating that's important too, but also protecting children is the most important thing. And
Yeah, we
at
have
the
to
end of the
allow
day,
them to
that's what
blossom,
we're
right?
doing by discussing these topics is protecting children. Because I don't want a world to continue to say, oh, well, this might actually be a way to figure out divination or something like that. No, that's not how you figure out how to scry or figure things out magically. You don't abuse children. Like,
No, you
that's a
encourage
medieval
children to
tradition. We've seen how
meditate.
it's developed through the abuse. And
You know, like, there are healthy ways to do this, right? You encourage people to meditate, you teach children, you listen to them, you
comes
have
through dreams.
conversations with
If
them.
you want
Exactly.
revelation, you get it through dreams or other methods. You know, you don't get it from other people. You don't get it from talking to someone else. It's all personal development. And I think that's what a lot of people that are utilizing those things at those times are missing. You know, they're like, oh, well, if I can just get this boy, if I can just get this, if I can pay for it, then I can find some way to get the answer I'm looking for instead of discovering it for myself. You know,
That's the
Exactly.
biggest
so
issue,
it's
is
like
greedy
all these
people,
Yeah.
practical
right?
methods to get what we want that don't exist,
Exactly.
you know, and
Exactly.
it's through
I mean,
abuse.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's like psychic abilities are like any other ability. Some people can be great at playing basketball, you know, and other people just aren't. You know, and if you get somebody who is talented at playing basketball, you can quite often get a manager that's very supportive of that young talent because they're not going to have that strong talent when they get older. Right? Or you can get a very abusive using manager. Like, there's lots of soccer stars from South America that talk about how they were used and abused early on until they found a good manager. And the same thing with your psychic abilities. You know, yes, everybody is psychic, right? But are they willing to put that work in to develop it? You know, anybody can shoot a basketball hoop, but are they going to get out there every day and shoot some hoops until they learn how to hit the target? Right. And are they going to do that effort? So, and they should do that effort. The funny thing is, there are shortcuts. There are like ways you can access your own psychic abilities really quick and easy, right? Because it is inherent in everybody. Sure, maybe kids are
Yeah, I think
stronger
drugs
at
are
it
a
than
great
what we
way to
are.
figure that out, in my personal
Well,
opinion. Like,
it is a shortcut, but
not
again,
all of
comes at
them,
it.
but
But it
just
comes
natural.
comes at a price. You know, it is toxic to your body, and there are lots of
Yeah.
meditation ways you can do it as well. I mean, there are and if nothing else, that what Snappy has just shown us is that there are so many different ways to do divination. You know, there are so many different ways. You can lay on your back outside, look at the clouds, have a relaxing time, and do cloud divination. It's really lovely, a lovely experience, right?
Yeah, I've heard of even
Um,
divination from like oil spills.
Oh yeah.
yeah,
You can
anything.
any divination is just perceiving the world and then utilizing intuition. Whatever
Yeah.
is a sign, it's interpretation of the sign. The thing
Yeah.
Tea
is like
leaves.
the systems develop to come up with a language framework in order to interpret sign, right? So this
Mm.
is why something like the tarot lends itself to divination because it's developed as a divinatory tool, or lots or dice. But that doesn't mean you need those.
Mm.
A real divinatory person will just look at the world. This is why I always tell people to do the sortes. You just grab a book, open it, and read it, and then you
Mm.
interpret the message how it is, because it's all
Mm.
about the person. That's where
Mm.
divination really begins and ends. It's how
Yeah.
do you perceive the world and make sense of it. That's it. Nothing else
And
to it.
and the, and the trick to being accurate psychically is to check, double check, and check again. So if you
Yeah.
do get a gut feeling, you have done some scrying, then go do your tarot and go ask another psychic. you
Right.
know,
Go
keep
see the
double
world.
checking, and yeah, and if you double check, and it's like going to getting a second opinion from a doctor. If the same message keeps coming up, I think the universe is trying to tell you something. You
Right.
know, yeah, but
And
people
it's like,
can.
go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, people can get their gut feelings wrong, but that's why you double check, you triple check. And tarot is a good tool for double checking, triple checking. You know, it's the universal symbols that should be out there that we should be paying attention to. If we can't see them there, they're in a deck of cards. You know,
Right, right. The
so
symbols
mm,
do matter, and there is power in the symbols, which is why,
mm,
capitalism wants to debase and steal them, and
mm,
sell them to you in a limited, mutilated form,
mm,
But anyway, with this presentation, though, and with these series of talks, I just want to show, I'm hoping that what we can show people is all of this kind of dark stuff that's happening just under the hood. And
mm,
it's easy for people to dismiss this and to think that it's outside of the traditions. Like we all like to pretend that these Christians aren't doing this, that the grimoires are some kind of satanic black magic. It's not. The forbidden rites that we just read, all of this stuff for the most part, it's it's either from an earlier tradition that becomes Christian, or it is from the Christian tradition themselves, right? They're
mm,
invoking Jesus Christ while they're summoning the spirit of a dead 12-year-old.
It's right.
Like,
Yeah, and that's what I thought was
mm,
so crazy with yours. It was like
mm,
they're using gems and stuff to do this, and they're invoking all of these Christian and pre-Christian
mm,
deities.
mm.
right? They're using Jesus to bind the Sibyl. Like, what the hell is this?
Yeah. And if
But
we do look at the dark side, if we do look, it's if we ignore the dark side and just try and see the world as rainbow and roses, then the dark side doesn't get exposed and go away. We got to
no,
expose the
it
dark side.
festers.
We got
Yeah,
to look
yeah.
at
When
it.
people talk about the dark side and like all the rich people and stuff, yeah, a lot of rich monotheists and stuff don't read these texts or care about any of the stuff we're talking about, and so they ignorantly go along with their stuff, whether they know it or not. And if they do, it makes them even sicker. It
It
just
doesn't have
proves
to be. It
that
doesn't have to
everything
be.
that is involved with that is wrong. So the
Mm,
people ignorantly participating in that are just sick too.
yeah,
And
but
so we're trying to cure that.
yeah, but it doesn't have to be the rich guy. We're not talking to the rich guy here.
Yeah, it could be
The
anybody.
the mother that abused me, she wasn't rich. She was just a nasty, abusive person that the church didn't care, so they gave a child to because she should never have had one. She was on drugs. She molested me. She tortured me mentally and physically every day of my life till I was 17. Right, and she was not a billionaire. The majority of these things get done by everyday people. The majority of the Christian nationalists are just everyday people. And by putting it on to anybody else, you know, we've got to look at this ourselves. You know, this is
It
a
enables
tradition.
narcissism.
It's
That's right.
both. We it's as above, so below, right? It's the top-down hierarchical systems. These people
Mm,
who are emulating what they are taught by their church and by their fathers. You're right, right? It's the average person, but it's also the Donald Trumps. It's also the Epsteins. And we have to be aware of it all. But we don't want to just focus upon some billionaire other and pretend that it's not the person in your house, your family members, right? The
exactly.
Exactly.
reality is that we all live
It's
in a
everyone you
culture.
know.
We're all
Mhm,
born out of a culture. Like in many ways, we are growing, and there is a reactionary push to move away from all of this. But
mm,
Christianity and all of this nationalism and capital, it always has a way to try and reincorporate and make itself good
mm,
or appear good. You know, the Catholics will, on one hand, do all this beautiful charity and talk about all this
The
globalization and
charity.
kumbaya, peace and love shit while they traffic humans, right?
And
mm,
build
And this
churches
is
on
exactly.
top of Native American graves.
right.
Mhm,
And so what we do see, there's always, it's through across history and across time, while there have been abusers, there have been saviors, and we got to highlight and focus on those who are doing the good work. There are people
mhm,
always who have seen things as right, and this is something like, it always bugs me when people go, oh, back then that's just the way things were.
mhm,
Bull. Part like, there's always been good people who recognize the humanity and the individuality of others and didn't abuse. I'm sorry.
mm,
There
mm,
are always those who recognize that things are evil. Even in early America, you had your John Browns, right, who wouldn't
mhm,
abide,
mm,
So, like, we've got to think about this in a proper way, and we got to realize too that we can take what's good from the past and we can get rid of what's bad. We have that ability. We can continue to refine, and this is all about refinement. We got to be honest. Be honest about the negative stuff in the pagan traditions, as well as the Abrahamic, as well as the Indian and the Buddhist. We're all guilty of these things. This is a human proclivity. And if we can't
mhm,
admit that it's a human thing, then we're never going to get beyond it, you know?
mm,
It's men and women
Yeah, and
too,
it's
right?
from the
We all want to say it's the
non-agriculturist civilization.
billionaire men that are the abusers, and they are the
mhm,
face of it, but it's people. Like Shay just told you, her mother, a woman, abused her, right?
mhm, mhm,
Yeah, after a couple generations of programming a family to be that way, anything can happen. Like it's happened to my family too, like being
Right.
7 generations Mormon or whatever. Like that
mhm,
shunning and stuff, the excommunication. If you don't act Mormon, then you aren't being talked to. Basically, you're ignored. You know,
Right.
you
mhm,
don't exist. Like
mhm,
that same sort of thing. But it gets worse and worse no matter where you are. You know,
mm,
or what
Yeah.
upbringing you come from.
mm, mm.
Good point.
Yeah, and just being aware that it's there so that we don't, it's not in the distant past. We don't want to perpetuate it for our future. We will have to make
Right.
a conscious decision. You have to admit that it's happened. The Christians
Yeah.
have to admit that it's happened, and they're not going to do it in the future. You know, we have to look at magically where these associations come from and go, that's not what we want to create for our future. All right. You got to look at it and go, no. But at the moment, the Christians are still doing it. They are
Yep.
still perpetuating it. They've been doing it for 2,000 years, and it's time for it to stop.
Yep. And I think a lot of this, like, we have to call out the root cause, which is self-empowerment, empire, greed. People want to possess people. People want wealth and power here upon the earth. And where does that greed always lead you? That kind of magic twists you. That kind of thought turns you into a consuming beast. Always. I don't care who you are. And until people can learn to give up their greed, we're always going to fall into this. People will always turn into decrepit monsters. We have to practice balance. And I'm not saying you can't consume, but you've got to be aware. Don't be doing this magic to acquire people and to acquire shit. Like, there's
Mm,
no reason for it. That's what gets all this problem. When we look at the
Yeah.
Yeah, you
grimoires,
can't take
that's the other big thing. What are the
when you're
all of
doing.
these spells are greed, right? These people are trying to
And hubris,
figure out
greed and
things.
hubris. That's what
Greed and
Greek culture
hubris,
teaches us. Greed and
right?
hubris.
The
Yeah.
two
Don't.
gross sins.
Yeah.
Pleonexia and hubris. Yeah,
Yeah.
right. But yeah,
Mm.
that's a great way to end it, guys. Shay, before we leave, is there anything that you're working on that you want to share with our audience or promote or talk about?
Well, I've given you those documents, so if they want to download those, they can.
Yeah, I'll post them on the Discord.
Also, we're at the moment we're trying to stop greed and hubris happening in a World Heritage National Park. So if you want to go to savespringbrook.org and have a look and maybe sign the petition that's going to 70 senators, and hopefully we'll be able to preserve a beautiful area of nature that's here. Love to take you around sometime and show you some sacred sites around here. Yeah, but I'm sure we could probably do that on a mobile phone. I could probably do it.
Oh
So,
yeah, we
yeah.
can work out a stream maybe. That'll be
Yeah.
fun.
A lot of the stuff that we discussed today was actually, a lot of it's from my book on demonology. We speak about exorcisms, child sacrifices. We speak about how the churches have done this. So if you want to have a look at my book, Demonology, it's got lots of the quotes in it from different sources as well.
Yeah, you can find all of
Yeah,
Shay's
you are
work
an
on
amazing
Amazon.
resource, Shay. I just wanted to say thank you for your presentation. It was really incredible, and also your experience.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's really good. No, it's nice to be able to have the format to be able to share this stuff and where you feel it's actually going to make a difference to people. So that's nice. So thank you, Snappy, for setting this up for us to be able to do that.
Thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
guys for sharing.
Mm.
Josh, do you have anything you want to share? I know you recently created a YouTube channel. You got some videos on there. People can find the links in the description. Do you got anything coming up? You're going to appear with us on the next Occult Explorers.
Outside of that, I'm trying to design something, but I'm still trying to set up a new audio thing, new microphone and all that. So until I have that figured out, I don't really know what the plan is, but it's a work in progress, and I got a lot of other projects in between that. So
Right, you're always working, right? You're also, if people can see you in the workshops with Ammon on his channel, where you're one of the Greek students there. But yeah, make sure everyone come and check out our series, Occult Explorers, Hive Mind. Josh is going to be guesting for the next little while, where we dive deep into the fringes of Mormonism. In the next episode, we are going to be exploring more of this Zion media wildness with Shane Baldwin, who has become quite the divisionary figure in Mormonism, declaring himself the son of the sun and causing almost a schism. We want to see where this goes. He was recently excommunicated, and now the question is he going to start his own outsider religion? Does he have that kind of mojo? Dude is totally crazy, and it's a fun thing to laugh at. So come and join us while we dive into the fringes of Mormonism. Tiger Shark, are you still with us, or are you just an image in the background? I think we lost Tiger, but
Yeah.
Thank you, Tiger, for what you shared and for your insight. It's always brilliant to hear from you. Tiger shared with us his Discord, so if you want to go check out any of his research, he shares a lot of the sources that he has compiled there, as well as his perspective on them. So make sure you go check out his Discord. Really cool stuff there. And all right, thank you guys. Any final
And
words,
Dion,
Shay?
we've got to thank Dion.
Yeah,
He did
shout
brilliant
out to Dion.
presentation. Yeah, he's always
Brilliant
just coming up with
presentation as
these
always.
brilliant
Goat.
presentations. Yeah.
Yeah, we love Dion. Unfortunately, he always has to peace out. He can't stick around too late in the evening, but we were happy to have him, and I appreciate him making the time. So that was wonderful. He was supposed to work, so this lucked out. Great stuff. But we'll be back. We're going to figure out, we're going to take a little bit of a break with this series so that people can do some more research. So maybe in 2 weeks or so, but we will come back with a part 4. Hopefully Maddie can join us that time and some other people. But any final words, Shay and Josh, for our audience?
Just love you. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, peace,
love,
love,
everyone.
and respect.
Yeah.
Peace, love, and respect for everyone and their individual perspectives. How it should be. None of this follow Jesus, follow Muhammad, follow Abraham nonsense. All right, everyone. Until next time, take care. This has been the Witches Symposium.